Okay. Hello. I hope everybody's doing good today. I still can't find where my cat put my ballistics. So, like, I was supposed to go get some, and I didn't, so I'm hoping I can get some tomorrow. I really don't know where it is. And, yeah. But anyways, besides that, I hope everybody's doing good. Happy Monday. I hope it was a good weekend for everyone. I was very tired this weekend. I had a lot of stuff to do, a lot of stuff to get done, but I feel pretty good because I actually feel like I got basically everything I wanted to get done this weekend finished, so that this week should, be a pretty calm week for me. That's the hope, because I basically gotten almost everything I need to get done. So this week I'll be able to kind of chill a little bit, do last minute things, and pack for my very short trip that I'm going to be taking. So that's kind of what I get to do, because like I said before, and I will of course mention it again later, but there will be no Friday stream this week because I am going on a very short, quick family trip so that we can celebrate my great aunt's 100th birthday. So I will not be here on Friday. So just FYI. So there will be no Steel Rising stream. I know there wasn't a Steel Rising stream yesterday. I mean, on Friday, but you know, sometimes it happens. So, but instead, you guys will still technically get 3 streams from me this week, because tomorrow I will be streaming on BGGC's channel at 6 o'clock. So at 6 p.m., I will be on BGGC's channel. I will, of course, mention again later. I will mention it in Discord. I should have mentioned it in Discord today, honestly. I forgot to do it. But that is what's gonna happen. And honestly, I may have to go and, like, steal my mom's, like, chapstick, because I was supposed to go steal it beforehand and I forgot to do it, and I think I'm gonna have to. So I'm gonna come literally right back. I'm like not even gonna be gone long. I'm not even gonna change the screen. I'm gonna be literally right back in like 2 seconds. Okay, you guys, I'm basically back. I had to like use my mom's chapstick just so that I could like help myself not have dry lips. But yeah, we're gonna get back into Belle Automata today, which I'm excited about because I was supposed to play it again last week and I didn't get to, because what was the reason? I think it was something like, oh, I know what it was. I was way too tired to just play a narrative game last week. That's what it was. I worked on the mural, and both of the days that I worked on the mural completely wiped me out. Like, I just had no energy. That was Monday and Friday. So I worked on the mural only 2 days that week, but I couldn't really do stream the way I normally would do stream. So Friday I ended up doing just chatting, and then Monday, what did I even play? Oh, Monday I tried to play Sims 4 and it wouldn't work for me, but it was a blessing in disguise because Sims didn't work, and it was perfect that it didn't work because my saves didn't actually go through. And I hadn't realized while I was streaming that my save files didn't like actually save from before. Like, it was dawning on me, but I wasn't sure if it was really what happened. Like, I had started playing and I was like, wait, I feel like I've already decorated this. But I couldn't fully remember like what I was missing. Like, so in my head I was like, oh, well, maybe I only didn't decorate. Like, maybe it was just that. But I had forgotten that I restarted, not restarted, when I went in, they made me do a tutorial thingy, which gave me 5,000 coins, which made me forget that technically I only had $30 to my name when I started, which wouldn't have made sense because I had to accumulate money in order to decorate my house. So I would have had to have played the game for a while to decorate my house, which would mean I lost a whole lot of save like data, which I did technically. I lost like in supposedly I had lost an entire play session where I like went and I sold stuff in the market. I sold stuff in my little retail garden shop. She made friends. She got a career. She leveled up to level 5 in her career. Like, I played the game that day. And I almost lost all of that. But thankfully, because the game wasn't working when I was streaming it, I just came out. I took a picture of what I did do in the game because I wasn't sure if I was gonna just redo it. I took a picture of what I did, and then I just came out and I didn't save because I was like, well, this isn't working right, so I'm not gonna save it. And thankfully I didn't, because I don't know if that would have messed me up from restoring my saves. So when I came out, I was like, no, I had to have played this. And then when I looked through my photos, I saw that I took pictures of the finished house, like apartment room, and that was when I had to realize that I actually missed, like, I lost a whole bunch, but I was able to restore it. So now my save actually works right. So now if I was to play Sims 4, hopefully everything would work. So it was a blessing in disguise that the game wasn't working properly, because it made it where I could go back and get my saves to work, which is, you know, all we ever want is to get our saves to work. So that's what happened. But today I am going to play Belle Automata. Last time that we played was 2 weeks ago, and when we played it, I believe we only, I think, have one route that we can go in this one. I think it's just Nightmare Prince, or at least so far that's the only route that we can go in Chronicle 1, I believe, or in this version of the game. So we were on the Nightmare Prince route, and we found out his name. I forget because I have a terrible memory anyway. But we have found out his name. We found out Nightmare Prince's name, and we even found out like what he is and why he is the way that he is. So we had saw in an article that he is basically a cyborg because he was in a very devastating train accident where he was the only survivor, and they pretty much like almost like rebuilt him with cybernetics. But because he is now, I think, like at least 60% like mechanical or android, he is now considered a cyborg, and cyborgs are seen as lesser than in this world. And that's kind of what he's been dealing with. So that's why he hasn't been out of his room in 12 years, more than likely, because he, you know, is dealing with, you know, he still grows, because he is still, like, partially human, which is why he is a cyborg. So he has to, more than likely, continue to get his stuff fixed and refitted. But if he goes out into the world, he's not seen as, like, a person, in a way. He's seen as, like, a robot, or, like, the androids, almost. So, that is where we are in the game. So I'm gonna get back into it. I'm very curious of what is gonna happen. Also, I apologize if like I feel I'm like breathing hard. I don't know why. It's probably because I had to run up and down the steps. That's why I need to like I do need to start working out again because my stamina has been terrible. The fact that like running up and down the steps and then having to talk is like such a big deal for me sucks. But despite that, we're going to get into the game and we're gonna start playing and see what happens. I actually don't know how much longer there is, so if we end up like finishing it while it's like still early, then I'll just start another game. Either we'll play like Sims or we'll play something else that's kind of chill and like cozy today. So that's what we will do for the night. Let's swap screens. Let me also, because I know it's black for you guys, which it should be, but I want to make sure that it's going to swap. There we go. Alrighty. Let's get back into the game. Alright, I believe this was where we were. Yeah, I think this was where we stopped. At least that's what I hope. It's morning, but I keep my windows shaded from the outside world. Humans are so
messy.
I lie in bed, staring upwards. I understand Quintus a lot more now that I thought. Bleh. I understand Quintus a lot more now than I thought possible before. If he stays inside to avoid other people, then I wonder how I can make him more comfortable in his skin. There's a chime, the familiar sound comforting. I call out.
Quintus, is that you?
RF, are you busy?
I mean, I guess not. I think I'm just chilling in bed. I'm not, so I sit up in my bed, swinging my legs over the side.
Not for you.
Good.
He pauses for a long moment.
I came to tell you that I wrote something.
I grin, clapping my hands together. Oh yeah, because we also made a tapestry. I almost forgot. So like we got our own sewing like tapestry sewing area because of Roman, I think that's their name, which is Quintus's brother. They got a room made, and we made Quintus a tapestry. So, and I think that's how we started to figure out that they were a cyborg, because I think they couldn't see it, I believe.
Oh, what did you write then?
A poem. It's based on the tapestry you made for me.
My eyes widen in surprise.
Are you going to share it with me?
No! I mean, no. I'm not ready to share.
Then why did you tell me that you wrote a poem if you didn't want to tell me what the poem was? I got all excited. I thought you were going to tell me the poem.
Well, in that case, thank you, Quintus. Thank you for writing something about my work.
Well,
He trails off, and I swear I can hear a shy smile in his tone of voice.
I felt inspired.
I take a moment to process the words. Inspired. My former master always said that my works inspired him too. My shoulders drop. At my silence, Quintus's voice chimes out worriedly.
RF? Are you alright? Did I say something wrong?
Before he can even finish his sentence, I'm already shaking my head.
Not at all, Quintus. Not at all. It's just that my old master, he used to say the same thing. I just feel touched, and a bit nostalgic too. Thank you.
I make to leave the room when Quintus's voice stops me.
RF? Tell me, are you Are you living comfortably?
Once again, the concern in his voice and tender words are touching. I frown automatically. How could someone mistreat Quintus? I want to ask, but I keep silent. I don't know how he would feel about the fact that I took a peek into his past and did research on him. Yeah, I don't know if you should tell him that yet. I don't think he actually wanted you to know just yet.
RF? Are you?
The concern in his voice almost hurts, if only because I know how people view him. It dawns on me. Perhaps this is why he calls himself the Nightmare Prince. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Does he think himself a nightmare?
Sorry. I'm doing alright.
His voice is insistent. I don't know why, for some reason, I could not say that word today. Don't mind me.
Are you certain?
I mean, there's a few materials I'm missing, but...
What are they? Whatever you need, tell me, and I'll make sure it's yours.
I can't help the surprise in my voice.
Why?
I know what it's like to not be able to express yourself. You're different, and I don't want to take that away from you.
I also must check my mic really quick because I've been going through this thing lately for some reason. And I don't know, maybe it was only OBS, but the other day I was using my mic and it kept like resetting the volume constantly. I feel my face heat up with displeasure. Not towards Quintus, but immediately my mind is drawn to the comments of that news article I found. Poor kid, he'll barely be human. Honestly, I think he'd be better off dead. What are those parents doing? That's no kind of life. Just let the kid go. Giving him an artificial body is just prolonging the inevitable. If I were him, I'd rather off myself than become a soulless machine.
Quintus?
Yes?
I don't know what I want to say to him, so I say the simplest thing that comes to mind.
Thank you. I'm going to create something so beautiful that you'll want to see it with your own 2 eyes.
I shut my eyes, grasping my hands together.
Since I've got here, I've felt content. I appreciate that more than you know. I hope that we can become friends and stay that way for a long, long time, Quintus.
Friends? You want to be friends with me?
Oh, Quintus is so surprised. I balk for a moment.
I asked you before, didn't I?
You asked me if I thought we could be friends. I didn't realize that you were truly asking because you sincerely wanted to be mine. After all, who would want to be friends with a strange recluse who never leaves his home?
I can think of someone. And besides that, I consider us at least acquaintances.
I think for a moment.
Maybe even a bit closer to friends since we've shared art with each other.
Sharing art does make you closer. I continue, feeling a bit shy as I do so.
In fact, the tapestry I made for you is the first I've ever created for the purpose of me giving a gift.
Despite my shyness, I puff out my chest.
It's worth a lot. After all, I made it.
I mean, she was made to make tapestries. Amazing tapestries. Quintus laughs, the sound magical even as distorted as it is.
I was going to anyway, but I'll treasure it, RF. If you truly wish to be friends, then anything you make will become my treasure.
Anything?
His voice is firm.
Anything.
My face flushes at the thought, warmth rising to the skin of my face as my fans malfunction. I try to process his sentence a second time, taking so long that Quintus calls out to me.
RF? Are you still there?
Instead of answering to my name, I blurt out the first thought on my mind.
It's nice to be valued again.
I'm silent for a moment as I reflect on the recorded memory.
You know, when my former master died, his daughter called me an it. And no matter what I do, I can't forget her words. So, for you to say that what I make is a treasure, you can't imagine how happy that makes me.
Oh, poor Orev. She just wants to be valued and be seen as, like, something with feelings.
I know the feeling.
Do you?
Quintus sighs quietly.
I do.
I wonder what he means, but he doesn't say anything more. It doesn't matter to me, though. The thought that he values my work makes me feel closer to him regardless.
I'm going to my workshop. If you need me, you know where to find me.
Hello, kitty cat. Welcome in. And yes, she's so cute. She is such a cutie. I love her. Welcome in. How are you doing? Happy Monday. I hope you had a good weekend. We're checking out Belle Automata. I played it once already, like not fully through, but we started it 2 weeks ago and I didn't get to play it last week. So this is the second time we're playing it today. So this is what we're doing today, and it is made by a duo of Black and Indigenous women of color, which is always awesome. So, but welcome in. I'm doing pretty good too, honestly. I was very tired this weekend, but I feel much better now. I feel like I got like a good amount of stuff I wanted to get done today, so that this week can be like smooth sailing. So I'm excited about that. But yeah, feel free to get cozy. Feel free to chill with me. We're gonna enjoy this little narrative game.
And you, me.
I'm sketching in my workshop when a knock sounds out at the door.
Come in.
I shout out cheerily. I don't look up as the door opens beside me.
Oh, am I interrupting?
There goes Roman! I stand at the sight of Quintus's brother, surprise on my face.
Roman!
This guy, like, always perpetually has a winky face on. He hasn't done it yet, but almost every time he talks, he has a winky face, and it makes me laugh so much. Roman chuckles warmly.
No need to stand on my account. I just wanted to drop by and check on things.
Oh, things are
Or she
going
did.
well. At least I think so.
So, I know that you're doing here. I don't know if you want to know more about the story, or if you plan to play the game or wishlist it, but Roman is the brother, the older brother of Quintus, who you were talking to earlier, through the walls. No, through almost like what, like a pager or something. He basically like calls us throughout the house like a ring device. So yeah, in a way he's in the walls. So Roman, who is Quintus's brother, wants us to become Quintus's friend because Quintus, aka the Nightmare Prince, has not left his room in like 12 years. He's a recluse to the fullest degree. But we've also found out why that is. But yeah. And Ariv is an android. And this house here is kind of almost like a safe haven for rogue androids. Because usually in this world so far, androids are made for a function, for a purpose, and they do that thing. And the rogue androids are the ones that have like feelings and kind of like are making their own way through life and have questions and all of that type of stuff. So Arev is a rogue android. Her old master or owner passed away. She was with him for like 60 years. So she's like, even if you look at her and then if you see some of the newer androids, her model looks more androidy, like it has more joints because she's older, and she was made for tapestries. So she makes tapestries, she sews, all of that. That was her function. But when her owner passed away, his family just kind of saw her as like a dishwasher that they could just throw into the junkyard for parts. And that's what they planned to do, but then I think they put her up on like the black market, and that was how Roman found her and bought her to keep her in the house. Welcome in! Hello, miss. How are you doing? Welcome back. How are you today? So, I just was updating Kitty Cat here with some of the stuff. I didn't go into too much detail because I don't know if you want to play this, even though in a way, like, it'll probably get spoiled anyway while I'm playing. But until then, at least if you do decide to play, you won't get all the stuff until it, pops up later in the game. But yeah, feel free to get cozy. You're doing good? That's good. I'm happy to know that you're good. I had wanted to play this last week, but you may have heard I had worked on a mural, and by the time I got home, I was exhausted. I was so tired. So I was like, I'm gonna play it next week instead.
Is Quintus opening up to you?
Sort of. He told me that he's a cyborg, but I gathered the rest on my own. And it's left me with a lot of questions.
Yeah, because you went digging.
Oh, let's hear them then.
I noticed that your parents, they don't come to visit Quintus. I don't know what you do for work, but regardless, you make time to do so. Where are they?
I also was wondering that. Cool, no problem. So basically, Quintus is like they just said, he's a cyborg. And what we found out, so you can be up to date with what we're doing. We found out the last time we played that he became a cyborg due to a devastating accident on a train, and he was the only one left alive as a child. But they kind of like decided to do like a really extensive surgery on him. I think it was kind of like a first of its kind type of thing. You can correct me if I'm wrong, miss, by the way. I think it was like a first of its kind, and they saved his life by giving him cybernetics. But in this world, once I believe you have about 60% cybernetics in you, you are considered a cyborg, and you are also considered like less than a human. So you have that sort of ism going on in the game, and that's kind of what he is dealing with, because he is now he is a cyborg, and he's been in his home for 12 years. No worries, I wrote the game, so there's no spoilers here. Yeah, you're good, miss. You're good. I was more so talking about for Cat over there. Because Cat is new into the chat. Roman's face immediately changes.
They're busy with work, or out of the country, or something. There's been so many excuses, I'm not sure anymore.
His expression and his words are easy to interpret.
You don't speak with them?
His grin is smooth and tight.
Not even to discuss the weather, Dollface.
Damn. I smile sadly.
I was raised in a time of custom-built androids. I don't know who built me, but my life has never been lesser for it. I don't think having a close relationship to the ones who built you is necessary if they rejected you. Or Quintus.
That is true. Roman looks back at me in earnest.
Thanks, Alrev. That's a pretty good way to look at it.
Yeah, because this is the first time we've seen Roman not look happy at all. He stretches, leaning against the countertop.
The old parental unit were all gung-ho about making sure their baby survived, but not much else. We're all that Q has now.
See, now that's messed up, because they're like, oh, I want to make sure my child survives this train accident, but then, like, doesn't even care about the well-being of said child after said surgeries and everything. Like, not saying that they should have left him for dead, because that's not what I'm saying, but, like, considering the way that the world treats the cyborgs, like, if they knew what they were going to do, they needed to at least also be there to help him through that process. Because, like, for them to know that, like, once somebody's considered a cyborg, like, they're automatically going to be discriminated against, they're automatically seen as lesser than a human, all the stuff, to then put your child, because it's not even like, from what I've gathered, it wasn't even like Quintus was, like, adult. They put a child through that, and it was just like, cool, post for the newspapers, bye, see you later, we're off to, like, Dubai. And, like, your child is literally, like, suffering, and you're just like, hey, mommy and daddy miss you, we're in Madrid. Bye. Like it's terrible. It's called publicity. That'll make more sense that you get to know who his parents really are. I believe it. I definitely believe it. He winks an eye. Of course, there goes the winky face. There it goes.
In any case, I got a message saying you needed some materials. It seems Quintus is interested in your work. I didn't expect that, but if all goes according to plan, then it should work out.
I look at him, puzzled.
Plan?
If Q is interested in your hobbies, then I'll make him want to open up more. I'm sure of it.
Roman trails off thoughtfully.
Well, he did almost share a poem with me.
I mean, it sounds like he's got horrible parents. Like, honestly, before she even asked if he has horrible parents, I kind of gathered he has horrible parents, because where are his parents? Like, where are they? Where have they been so far? Like, we met Roman almost instantly when we walked in. I think Roman was, like, technically the third person we met, aside from Grumpy Butler. There was Grumpy Butler, then Quintus, aka Nightmare Prince, then Roman, in that order. Where the parents at? In Barcelona somewhere.
He did what?
Roman cuts me off, clasping my shoulders eagerly. He shakes them lightly, excitement burning in his sparkling eyes.
That's fantastic news. Why didn't you say so? Now I know for certain that progress is being made. I'm very pleased with you, Arev.
I can't help but my bewilderment.
Roman, wait, please. Just tell me. What are you planning exactly? How am I supposed to help if I don't know what's going on?
Oh, thank you so much for the follow, kitty. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your stay here.
Just be yourself. That seems to be working pretty well so far.
I see.
But in reality, I don't see at all. Humans are complex, true, but Roman seems to take the cake with his mysterious little quips. The only thing I'm sure of is that Roman is a good person. I think, anyway. I'll have to spend more time with him to get a good gauge.
Well, I have some affairs to take care of. You keep doing well, and you'll be rewarded very well.
I think for a moment.
I don't know if I want any reward, Roman. What I want most of all is just to be happy. But no one can guarantee that sort of thing, I suppose.
Roman nods in agreement.
With us humans, pretty much every road is filled with uncertainty. You're definitely right, so I wouldn't dare promise something like that. Still, if you continue to make Quintus happy, I can try my best to see what I can do for you.
Purple, nice, that's a good color. Purple is like my second favorite color. Blue is my first. I hold out my hand to shake on it. Roman stares at it for a moment before taking it and shaking it firmly, nodding as he does so. I don't know what he's thinking, and he doesn't say anything to reveal the nature of his thoughts.
I've got a business meeting to attend to, but this was a good chat. Keep me posted.
He disappears, leaving me alone in my workshop. How can I make Quintus happy? How can I make myself happy? I'm still mourning the loss of Lenthus, and aside from the piece of weaving on the loom, I'm not sure I know what happiness is as of right now. By the way, Lenthus is her old owner. It's the man who passed away. Very recently, I might add. I wonder, how do humans get over those who they lose? I can only wonder what Quintus would say. I don't know him well enough to guess. I sit for a moment, contemplating. How can I get to know Quintus better? I want to read his poetry! Because how are you going to tell me that you wrote me a poem and you're not going to read me a poem? I want to read his poetry. Maybe reading some of his poetry would help me to get to know a bit more about him.
I wonder why he didn't want to share it.
I haven't for a long time, but I used to write poems regularly. About romance, mostly.
Oh yeah, he's a romantic heart. Forgot.
I
Wonder if he likes you? But I wave off the embarrassing thought. Yep, he likes you. He got a crush on you.
There's no way that Quintus could have written something romantic about me. There's just no way.
Of course he did. You're the cutest person in this whole place. I mean, unless... I don't think he could see her, though. Because he made sure to say that he can't see her. Because it would be weird if he just was popping in and just watching her like a ring device. So he hasn't gotten to see her yet, technically. Besides maybe when, like, maybe they ordered her. Because I think Roman said that Quintus had wanted to purchase her, but then didn't do it. So then Roman went behind him and, like, did it for him. Oh, he hasn't. Okay. Oh, that's even cuter. Because that means that he just likes it based off of her personality.
Is there?
The thought makes me flush. My heart core heating up from within, and I consider the thought.
No.
The thought is strangely dizzying.
I need to take a breather.
I find myself, unsurprisingly, outside among the roses of the estate. The air is cool as I contemplate my thoughts of Quintus. I want to make him something so beautiful that he'll want to see it with his own 2 eyes. Something so beautiful, he'll want to share his poetry with me. Did I fix my thing? Okay, I did. I was like, wait, I didn't actually go in and, like, fix my, like, tags or whatever, but it's fine. The door slides open, revealing a familiar face.
Fancy meeting you here.
Diego! My bestie! Oh, and then you can kind of see... What was it again? I think it was H. So, like, you can see... Kitty, what I was saying, where, like, you can see where she, like, has older designs, because, like, you can see all of her joints, but you can't see his joints. He's also an android, as you could tell from, like, this stuff. But, like, he's obviously a newer model because they make them look more human now. But, like, she has all of this stuff on her to, like, have her joints and hide stuff. And I think that's pretty cool. Because she's technically very old. I turn and Diego is in the doorway, leaning against its frame.
What brings you, Diego?
You, actually. You seem stressed.
Diego is also programmed to be a kindergarten teacher, which is lovely because he brings, like, A+ and check mark stickers with him in his back pockets at all times. He has gold stars.
What's going on?
He joins me, coming full into the garden to sit beside me in the grass.
Something is changing, Diego. Between me and the Nightmare Prince.
I reply honestly. As I say the words, they feel true.
I can feel it starting to blossom. This strange desire to be a friend to a stranger who seems like he needs it. Roman giving me a purpose was helpful, but I don't just want to be a part of Quintus's support system. I want to have a support system too.
How idealistic of you.
I smile worriedly.
Well, I'm not a dreamweaver for nothing.
Diego smiles at the joke before placing his hand on my shoulder.
Is that what you really want?
I nod.
Diego, I just want to be loved. The kind of love where I'll never be thrown away. The kind of love where the people around me care for me just as much as I do them.
I laugh quietly.
If only befriending the Nightmare Prince was so easy. I still haven't even seen his face.
I'm sure he'll fall for your charms. You are a kind android, Orev, and he should be happy to have you as a friend.
I want to believe that, but
Humans are ashamed of cyborgs. Who's to say that Quintus wouldn't look down on a friendship with me?
Diego shrugs.
No one. It could definitely happen that way.
Ouch. I wince at Diego's bluntness. He pats me on the shoulder.
You might regret it, but you might not regret it too. Either way, it's worth a shot.
I mean, he's right. I nod slowly.
Thanks.
For what?
The truth. I feel more pumped than ever.
I slap my cheeks hard with both hands to Diego's utter surprise.
What was that?
I'm pumping myself up. You should try it.
Diego looks thoughtful, then pats his own cheeks lightly.
I don't feel anything.
Don't worry about it. Thanks for the chat, Diego. I feel much better now.
He salutes me easily.
I wasn't coming to help you in particular, but I'm glad we could have this chat.
As usual, he's too honest. But that doesn't matter right now. What matters is that I now know what I want to do. I march back inside towards a certain recluse's door. He doesn't answer when I knock, deflating me just a bit.
Quintus, are you here?
There's a pause, then I can't help my relief.
I am. I don't feel very well today, though, so...
He trails off. He said, please leave me alone today. That's what he said.
I see. Well, I have a question for you. One that only a friend could answer.
Oh?
So if you have time, I'd love to speak with you.
He hesitates for a long moment.
Okay. What is it?
Well,
I bite my lip gently.
I've been wondering, how do you get over someone when you lose them?
Lose them how?
In my case, I lost a friend to death. We'd worked together for 60 years.
Ah, I see. You're referring to your old master?
I am.
I shut my eyes, resting my forehead against the door.
I am not human, I know. But I miss him dearly, and I know not what to do with these feelings.
Poor Arev. And it's like been so recent, too, technically. Like, maybe at most I feel like a month, maybe. Or two. Since, like, she lost the one person in her life that actually cared. I know I'm saying too much. That he will know that I can think and feel, and could have me deactivated for being a rogue, but I cannot help myself. It is the only thing I can think of to build a bridge between him and myself. Yeah, exactly, a few months. That's what I had a feeling.
What happened to him?
It may sound strange, but I think he died of heartbreak. After his youngest son passed away, he was never the same.
Aw, man.
Never the same? How so?
He would stare listlessly in the shop instead of working, and one day, he didn't come in. I thought it was strange, but no one tells an android anything.
Oh, that's sad. Quintus's voice is gentle.
How did you find out?
I searched the internet and found out that way. The shop was famous. I thought maybe he'd gone missing or maybe even fell ill. But all I found were articles announcing his
I bite my lip again.
death.
Oh man. So nobody even told her technically that her owner died. Like, I know that And that's why I keep saying, in a way, it's like the androids are like dishwashers in this world. They're just a machine to do the process of whatever it is they need to be done, it seems. And I guess that's why it's such a big deal when they're rogue, because they're not supposed to have feelings and think and feel and all of this stuff. But it also seems like she was able to cultivate that because she also had an owner that seemed to care about her. At least from the times that she's spoken about Linthus, it like seems like he at least still cared about her, even if it was like doing maintenance on his washing machine. Like he still cared about it, you know. But like that means his family didn't even say anything. But I mean, it makes sense because they wanted to get rid of her parts, so like of course they weren't gonna tell her anything. But it's still sad.
I see. I'm sorry for your loss.
As am I.
I sit in front of the door, folding my legs beneath me. Since the beginning of the story, it's been 3 months. Got you. Yeah, I couldn't remember, because I know that they had mentioned it. I know it's mentioned in here, but I couldn't remember the amount of time.
I've lost people I cared about too. I don't think there's a way to cope that doesn't hurt in some way.
Oh, well then. I guess I'm just out of luck.
I move to stand, but Quintus's voice stops me.
One thing that helps me is to remember them. If they're not forgotten, we can show honor to the memories of the ones we love.
Remembering them.
I lost 2 people I cared about deeply when I became what I am.
Who were they to you?
My parents.
Knew it. Knew it.
Your parents are dead?
There's a long pause that makes me wish I could stuff the words back into my mouth. After all, Roman had already told me that he doesn't have a relationship with them, wherever they are. That must mean they're alive.
Not in a literal sense, but
He sighs.
humans are complicated, as you probably know already. There is more than one way to lose a person than death.
That's true. His words confuse me. What could he possibly be trying to say? His parents are alive, but they are lost. They don't want anything to do with him, I'm assuming. Which in a way would probably feel even worse. I try to imagine it, but I cannot. Linthus was a loving father. He cared for his children more than anyone. Does that mean that there are humans that do not care for their children? I hate to break it to you, or there definitely are. Does that mean that Quintus's parents do not care for him? I want to ask, but even I can tell that it must be a sensitive subject.
When I realized that they were never coming back, it was devastating. Without my brother, I don't know what I would have done.
Oh, that's terrible. Poor Quintus. I nod in understanding. He can't see me, but I get it. I truly do.
You're lucky to have a brother like Roman. He seems...
I trail off. He seems slippery, but not unkind. That said, I'm not sure how Quintus would react if I described his brother that way, so I choose a word that feels safe.
accommodating.
Do you think Roman is strange?
Is that the word I would use?
He seems kind, but I wonder if I can trust him. I worry that he has designs for me that I cannot possibly live up to.
Like what?
Like being the end-all be-all for your entire well-being, maybe? That's what it kind of seems like. I'm silent. Should I tell Quintus that Roman asked me to befriend him? No! No. No. I'm considering when Quintus speaks.
Don't worry. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I want to respect your privacy since you've done swimmingly respecting mine.
I rub my neck awkwardly. I did look him up after all. But that's only technically cheating since I spoke to him about it for- Is it? Arab, you have not listened to one rule since you walked into this home. You have not followed a rule at all. You have done everything that you were told not to do. Almost the whole time. I think the only rule that Arab has followed since the moment she walked through this house was to befriend Quintus. That's the only thing that she has done that she was supposed to do. Everything else, they tell her, don't go near the Nightmare Prince's door. What does she do? She goes straight to the Nightmare Prince's door and starts trying to talk to him. When the other second rule was, do not associate with the Nightmare Prince. Do not speak to him. Do not bother him. Do not go to his door. Do not go to his wing. Leave him alone. And what did she do? She went from the jump and was like, I want to meet the Nightmare Prince. Like, you have done nothing you were supposed to do. I love you, Arab, but you have done nothing you were supposed to do. I can't help but blurt out the other thought that's been weighing on my mind. The thought that always weighs on my mind.
Will I ever see your face?
This girl just can't quit. She's I love her though, but like, she doesn't stop.
I don't know.
Are you afraid?
I am. Yes.
Of course he's afraid.
I see. Well, then that messes with my next tapestry idea.
Does it? Why?
Are you gonna do a portrait of him?
I wanted to leave one of you.
Of course you did.
Ah, I'm sorry, then. I'm not ready.
You've only been here for like 3 weeks. Maybe a month. You need to slow down, Arab. I fall silent. I hope he doesn't hate me for asking. He doesn't seem like he does, but... I cup my elbow in my hand.
Then I suppose it's a good time to admit that I'm afraid sometimes too.
Quintus sounds surprised.
You? Afraid? Afraid of what?
He has social anxiety and agoraphobia. Wait, what is agoraphobia? I feel like I've heard of that and I don't remember what it is. But yeah, like, she's terrifying this poor man. Like, he has not left his house in 12 years. His room in 12 years. He doesn't let anybody see him. He doesn't talk to anybody. Nobody in the house who lives there has seen this man in 12 years ever. And she just out here within a week like, yo, when can I see your face? She's just gonna banging on his door all the time. Like, hey, so can I see your face today? And he's just like, no. Next day, can I see your face today? I mean, I wanted to give you a tapestry. He's like, yo, can you stop? Like, the Nightmare Prince is better than me because I would have already done screamed at this lady. Like, she's cute and all. I've never seen her, so she doesn't have the cuteness factor for me, technically, because I don't know who she is. I don't know this woman. The general fear of people in the outside. Ah, that's what it was. That makes sense. T. Hi. Hi, T. Let me give you a shout out. How are you doing today? Oh, man. I love Arab, but she gotta quit. She needs to go listen to, what's their name? Who wants her to listen to his mixtape. She's so busy trying to get this one person to talk to her who don't want to talk to people. Meanwhile, there's a whole other person, I forget their name, the theater one, who's the pop star. They have been begging Zafri. Yeah, Zafri has been begging for her to listen to their mixtape. That's all they want, is for their mixtape to be listened to. And she will not listen to it. Like, go listen to the music or something. Oh, man. I look down at my hands. I'm good working on some things, so I'm here like, no problem. Enjoy your lurk tea.
Of many things. But right now, the thing I'm most afraid of is failing.
Failing at what?
Freedom. I can do anything now, Quintus. And yet I am still finding my pleasure most at the loom. I don't know what that means about me.
Just means you like using your loom. Enjoy it.
Am I less free than I thought, or can this be considered a personality quirk? What do you think?
I tense for a moment, waiting for Quintus to tell me that he thinks I'm a rogue, but instead, he answers my question as though it is a totally normal one. Maybe even as if I were a friend.
Humans have interests, so maybe you being interested in weaving is a part of your personality?
Exactly. I lift my shoulders slowly.
Maybe.
I smile slowly, worry in my eyes.
I hope so.
There's a sweet pause between us, no words shared where we just appreciate each other's company. I move to stand when suddenly, Quintus surprises me by speaking again.
Actually, I'm glad you popped by. I've been thinking about your tapestries. Have you ever considered opening your own shop?
I sputter for a moment.
Lee? Open a shop?
Mm-hmm. If you're worried about people discovering that you're an android, we could always open it under one of our names. I don't think Roman would have an issue with it, and I know I certainly wouldn't.
I don't know, Quintus. Without my master, I don't know if I'm creative enough or original enough.
Well,
Quintus trails off.
I know how hard it is to be original and to think of new things on your own. My poetry is like that too, after all. But you ought to believe in yourself more. Your tapestry is hung on my wall, you know. Victor placed it there. When I cannot sleep, I think about the way you described it, and I feel warm inside, RF. No one has ever given me something so precious before.
Oh?
I smile teasingly, placing my hand against my cheek.
Well, maybe if you shared some poetry with me, we might be even.
Hello, Lenny. Welcome in. For anyone who doesn't know, Lenny just got a new job as a zookeeper. She is now Miss Doolittle. That is now their name. Welcome in. How are you doing, Lenny? I expect Quintus to shoo me away, but instead, he's silent.
Quintus?
I listen, but he still does not speak.
Quintus, I was just joking.
No, you're right. How about the poem I've been working on now? I was inspired by the glass rose on your tapestry.
You should be tired. You over there working with lions and tigers and bears and owls and armadillos. I don't even know all the other type of animals that you got. Goats. It's so many animals over there. It's so cool. But also probably stinks. That's all I can think about is the smell. But they're adorable when you send pictures.
It's called...
He trails off as a sound of mechanical clacking starts up. A piece of paper coming through the door. I take it and read the title aloud.
The Glass Rose.
Please don't read it now. It'd only embarrass me. Take a few days, then...
Quintus is me. Like, please don't read the thing while I'm next to you. Read it after I've stepped away. Don't read it out loud. If you read it out loud, I'm going to, like, combust and I will not exist. Don't read it near me. If I ever write something, like, I don't want to hear you read it. I stare at the door in bewilderment.
Then what?
Then... I'd love to hear what you have to say.
I hug the paper to my chest, smiling softly.
You've got it, boss.
Look at them sharing their art together. The cutest thing ever. We love people sharing their art with each other. My favorite thing. It's been a few days since I've last been able to speak with Quintus. I let out a sigh as I consider the tapestry before me. I shouldn't have asked to see his face. I'm sure it bothered him, but I wish I was weaving what I imagined him to look like. If his eyes were as kind as his voice, then surely we could become closer. I stare at the unfinished work.
I need to take a breath.
Standing, I leave my work to go to the living room where Victor is working. Hey, my favorite moody butler, cleaner man person. You are used to the smell at this point, because you work with animals so much already. Victor is wiping down the couches when I come into the room.
Victor, may I speak with you?
Not at this time, no. Please take a seat, and I will attend to you once I am finished.
I love Victor. I missed Victor. I comply, taking a seat. If there's anything I know about Victor, is that he's one-track minded. He cleans meticulously, bleaching every surface of every piece of furniture in the room. As I watch him, I begin to wonder what sort of history Victor must have with Quintus. Granted, he mentioned raising him, so I'm assuming that's because Quintus's parents were absent. Overall, though, how did he end up here? I want to ask, but as I open my mouth, Victor looks at me sharply.
I said I will attend to you once I am finished. Please exercise patience.
He's like, I said what I said. I don't want to hear nothing out your mouth. All you do is not listen to me. I need my peace and quiet while I clean this furniture, and you are going to give me that peace and quiet while I clean this furniture. Victor's so tired of Rev, and I love it. I love it so much. I close my mouth. Right, I should do that. I wait, my heels bouncing with impatience, as Victor ignores me dutifully. It isn't until he dries the last dish and puts it away in the kitchen that he finally turns to me.
Now, what seems to be the matter?
I want to know more about Quintus.
Of course you do. Sorry, I have a very random itch in my ear, and I need it to get rid of it. Thank you.
Excellent. You may speak to him at any time.
I meant from you.
Oh? And what makes you think I'll be a veritable source of information?
It's my turn to stare at Victor as if he's foolish.
Well, aside from Roman, you know the most about him. Would you deny that you know him best?
Not at all.
Then you can tell me about the Red Rails incident. I read about it, just a little. But aside from knowing that Quintus's injuries were so bad that he needed reconstructive surgery, there's not much else.
Victor stares at me for a long moment, considering.
I do believe it best if you heard these words from Quintus. I will entertain some of your questions, but not this one.
Good Victor. I mean, I knew he wasn't going to tell her anything, but Victor is so loyal, and I appreciate it. Arab's curiosity is like a main literally. Like, if Arab wasn't curious, I would assume that, like, she got swapped out with the clone or something, because it wouldn't make sense anymore, because that's all Arab does, is be curious. I love it, though, but, you know, that's Arab right there. I consider, I guess that's good enough, especially when it comes to the usually tight-lipped Victor.
You will? Really?
I will.
I know I should take an inch and run, but I can't help my curiosity.
Why?
Because, as much as it annoys me to admit it, the young master does seem a bit brighter since you gave that tapestry to him. When he and I ordered your supplies, he seemed almost giddy. A rare emotion for him indeed.
Really?
I do not lie.
You do not, Victor. Ah, an opening to ask the question I've been wondering about the most.
You don't lie? Because you can't or because you do not wish to?
Because I do not wish to.
I gape at him. For all of his love of rules and tidiness, I wondered, but wow, now I know. Victor is a rogue.
What is that expression for?
You're a rogue.
Victor snorts.
Perhaps by definition alone, but I'm hardly so sentimental.
What do you mean?
I mean, I lack a crucial component of rogueship, and that is a wide spectrum of emotion.
Why, because you always annoyed? Is that the only emotion you enjoyed the most? So now you can't experience any other emotion? All the other emotional, parts just like malfunction. It's just annoyance at all time. I mean, bet though. No problem, Lenny. I hope that your sinuses clear back up. Enjoy your bath. I look at him thoughtfully.
Can you feel it all?
Oh, certainly. I feel all right. Mostly irritation.
There we go. That's the only feeling you need, Victor. We love you for it. I hold in a laugh.
I see.
I rub the back of my neck lightly before grinning awkwardly.
Then let me ask my questions. Hopefully they won't annoy you too much.
Too late. Anyway, carry on. What do you wish to ask?
It's almost like Victor became a rogue because he expressed too much annoyance and irritation. Like, all the other rogues, they became rogues because, like, they started to have, like, deep feelings for maybe their owners, or they started to feel regret or sadness and all this stuff. And Victor just started to hate everything. Victor was just like, I hate this. I hate you. You annoy me. You irritate me. I can't stand none of y'all. Like, I just don't want to deal with it. And that's why Victor became a rogue. Victor just done with everybody. Like, Victor was made and just was like, this is what the world is like? I don't want no parts. Like, you mean I gotta listen to them? They don't even know how to think properly. And you want me to listen to them? They can't clean properly. I don't want to listen to them. I'm gonna do it how I want to do it. Like, forget y'all. Like, so annoyed. Victor would be the emo kid. And I love him for it. I love him for it so much.
Why does Quintus conceal his voice?
Another question for him.
Does Quintus ever leave?
He does not. Next question.
You already know that, Orav. Victor is like, oh, I'm alive, literally.
How does he eat, or drink, or eliminate waste?
He does not eat, he does not drink, and that ought to answer the third question.
Oh, so I guess that means they're almost like full cyborg then. Like, because that must mean that they at least don't have, like, organs anymore. If, like, they don't eat or drink or any of that, because that would mean that they don't need any type of nutrients in their body. They're like literally cyborg from DC, where they're probably just like the arms and the legs and a face. Like, that's sad.
Wow. Does that mean he must have a heart core instead of a heart like we do?
But his brains and lungs are pretty much all that's left. That sucks. Well, okay.
It does.
Maybe that's why he feels like he's less than human.
I'm going to begin preparing dinner. Master Roman is coming by for dinner tonight. Most likely, he will eat in the young master's room. So you may find your own entertainment for the evening.
Immediately, I think of the poem folded in a drawer by my bed. A glass rose.
I think I'll be fine.
Leaving him to his preparations, I find myself running, my inner heartcore heating up as I rush back to the room in excitement. My hands hum, vibrating slightly as I pick up the sheet of paper readily, excited to read the words there. The glass rose. I stroke the paper lightly as my eyes light upon the words there.
Woven with grace, her threads whisper to me. A glass rose on a fireplace, she said. For eyes so blind she declares words to see. She speaks aloud sweet words to me instead. An angel in an android's form you are, bringing kindness to my dark world of doom. With light and color to my world's bright star, her bronze fingers weave deftly at the loom. One day I wish to see her work away, her lovely fingers crossing back and forth. Beneath the moon she works hard night and day. Beneath the sun her eyes are full of mirth. If I could see, I'd look upon her light. The fear of change is my most dismal plight.
This cadence, this meter, I feel like I've heard it before. Yeah, that man definitely likes you. I do a quick search on the internet, the word popping into my mind, and I download the results.
Sonnet.
I scan for the definition.
A poem of 14 lines, typically having 10 syllables per line in the English language.
I wonder how long it took him to come up with such eloquent words. Eloquent words that touch me somewhere deep in my heart core.
An angel in an android's form?
Yeah, he likes you. I don't think there's anything that can say that he does not at that point. You don't write poetry like that if you don't like somebody. Does he think so highly of me? I want to call out to Quintus, but I'm sure he'd feel shy.
I wonder what I can do to tell him that I appreciate his poem. If Roman is coming over, then I won't have a chance until tomorrow at the earliest.
Should I tell Roman about the poem? No! I mean, you could, but like, no. It's awkward. It's weird. I'm sure he'd be pleased to know, but at the same time, I want it to be a secret. Something that Quintus and I know alone.
I should do something to thank him. Something that has nothing to do with the loom.
I try to think of what other skills I have, but my mind comes up short.
That's fine. A quick trip to the library room should help.
Oh, is Zephyr gonna be? Yeah. Nope, he's nowhere to be found. Ah, they're nowhere to be found. When I arrive, Zephyr is nowhere to be found. In fact, the only person in the library surprises me.
Diego? What are you doing here?
Oh, I was reading up on childcare so I don't get rusty. It serves as a nice reminder for when I forget things, which is often.
Ah, I see.
Diego shuts his book in interest, looking at me curiously.
What about you? I don't see you here often.
It's true. I don't frequent the library like that, but...
I sigh.
Trouble in paradise?
Not really. Quintus and I are becoming friends, that's for sure, but he did something really kind for me, and I'd like to repay him.
Exasperated, I take a seat on a small couch by the window.
How can I thank him? I don't want to keep weaving things, otherwise he'll have no space on his walls. Besides, I'm already working on a large tapestry for him.
That is a dilemma. I'm not sure I know enough about the Nightmare Prince to help very much. What if you made something based on something you like? If there's one thing I've learned from children, it's that they love to share their interests with others. What do you like?
Me? I love clothes and fashion, but I don't know how to share that with him. He doesn't have a body.
True enough. Okay, I got nothing.
I sigh.
Well, thank you anyway. Victor said he hasn't left the estate in 12 years. I wonder if he misses anything from the outside world.
Granted, I don't have much experience with the outside world either, but I'm sure I can figure out a way to ask him. Subtly, of course.
There's an idea. Why don't you ask him what he misses? Then you can make something that he'll like. If you're friends, then he'll be too nice to reject it, even if he doesn't like
it. And that's what friendship's all about.
Real encouraging, Diego.
You can make the ugly stuff, and your friends are still like, that's real nice. Oh man, he smiles at me obliviously. I love Diego.
I try.
Diego's just so happy to help. Even though he's not much help half the time. Cheered up, I stand, brushing the wrinkles out of my skirt.
All right then, time to look at this from a new angle.
Oh, excuse me. I'm charging as I lounge in bed, thinking about Quintus, or more specifically, thinking about his gift again. There's a bell sound above me as Quintus enters the space of my room.
Are you there?
I am.
Did you ever... Well... Did you ever read my poetry?
Oh.
We sure did. I sit up suddenly. I was so busy trying to think of a way to thank him for the poem that I never mentioned that I liked it in the first place.
I loved it.
Really? Are you sure? Because it's okay if you didn't. I just wanted to...
I let out a laugh.
Quintus, please. Your sonnet was beautiful. I have to say, in all my years, I've never received a gift before. And receiving that poem from you certainly felt like one.
I can feel warmth on my embarrassed skin.
Thank you, Quintus. My favorite line was, "An angel in an android's form you are." Because,
I look down at my toes, my face warming as my heartcore runs noisily in my chest from trying to process my thoughts and feelings. I didn't know you thought of me at all. I didn't think you thought of me so highly. I'm gonna do the highly one.
Of course I think of you highly. If I didn't, then we wouldn't be friends.
Hey, he don't want to be friends with you. He don't want to be friends with you. I'm sorry. You want to be more than just friends. That's not a poem you write for your friend. I stare down at my hands, fiddling with my fingers awkwardly. If I echo him, then he might get shy and redact his statement. But if I don't acknowledge it, then he might think that I don't think of him as a friend. Not a raggedy ad! Let me look and see. I wasn't paying attention to the ads. No! I will, don't worry. I'm gonna wait until the ad finishes for y'all. And then I will continue. At least it's only one. Sometimes it's like 7 ads. Listen. So like, not to like talk about Twitch stuff. Hold on, let me wait. Like, not... There we go. Hopefully it should be done. Not to talk about Twitch stuff, but like, I very specifically set my like ad timing for only 30 seconds because I also hate when I'm watching somebody and I get stuck in like 6 ads simultaneously, and I don't want that to happen to y'all. So I very specifically set my timing up for, I think, just 30 seconds so that it's like the minimum of ads that you could get like in between. So yeah, because I do feel the pain. I do feel it. I also hate ads. And if I hate ads, I don't want to make y'all watch 50 gazillion ads at the same time in the middle of like a stream. It's the worst. But hopefully now things are good. Hopefully now you guys are back. Let me move my mouse so it's not in the way. All right.
Yeah, you're right. We wouldn't be friends then.
I smile brightly. Friend.
You know, if we're friends, then that makes you the first friend of mine.
Does it? What about your former master? Wasn't he your friend?
Well, yes and no. He was my master and, in all honesty, like a father. He taught me everything I know, both about humans and about weaving. I miss him.
I can understand why.
Then, more softly,
I miss my parents too.
I want to ask him about them, but maybe when we're better friends.
Hey, Quintus?
Yeah?
Not to change the subject or anything, but I do have a question.
What is it?
Diego's advice is still relevant, but if I make him clothes or something to that effect, then I'd like to at least get his input, however limited.
What do you miss most about the outside world?
Nothing.
For once, his reply comes quickly. Too quickly, in my opinion.
Victor told me you haven't left the estate in 12 years. Surely there's something you miss?
There's a groan on the other side, on the other end of the speaker. Then...
Victor.
It's like, Victor, tell him my business.
Fine. There is something I miss.
I'm listening.
A few things, actually.
He sounds reluctant, but he still answers me. So I decide to be persistent. Maybe taking some initiative will help out a bit.
Like dogs, for example. I miss animals in general.
I can't give him an animal, so that doesn't help in my mission to give Quintus a thank you gift for the sonnet.
I don't think I've ever seen a dog, much less pet one.
You'll have to try it sometime then. It's very relaxing.
I see. What else do you miss? Is there anything else?
Well, yes, actually. Have you been to the rose garden?
All the time.
I have, yes.
I miss growing flowers. When I was 10 or 11,
He trails off.
Never mind. I'm sure you don't want to deal with hearing about silly little stories about me when I was little.
I mean, those are probably the only little stories you have. So, like, tell them. I laugh aloud, then smile as I shut my eyes.
I'd love to hear silly little stories about young Quintus. It's not like I have much else to do. Aside from weaving, it's not like I have any hobbies.
Oh? Maybe we can figure something out for you to do. How about...
I interrupt him before he can continue.
Don't change the subject, Quintus.
He stops abruptly, then lets out a sigh.
Okay, you've caught me. Back when I was 10 or 11, my biology instructor taught us about photosynthesis. And one of the ways we learned about it was by caring for a class plant.
Oh, do you want a plant?
One of the girls in my class braided everyone flower crowns, and I don't know, that memory stuck with me.
That's cute.
Victor cares for the plants of the estate, but honestly, sometimes I miss it. If I used my body, that's exactly what I'd use it to do.
Oh?
My eyebrow lifts.
What's holding you back?
There's a quiet, muffled chuckle.
Like I mentioned, Victor does the estate's landscaping, and I'm sure he'd go ballistic if someone were to touch his precious flowers without permission.
Victor probably would, but at the same time, I don't actually see Victor, like, going ballistic on Quintus.
Even if that someone is me.
Yes, I have noticed that Victor is rather...
I trail off.
Fussy?
particular. I was going to say particular.
Ah, right. You're kind.
Yeah, Quintus like, you're real nice. You're real nice about that, because that's not the right word for Victor. I protest lightly, twirling one of my passion twists around my finger.
And honest, of course.
Those are your words, not mine.
I smile. I hope that wherever Quintus is, he's smiling too. Still, the conversation does make me think of something. Sometimes that will undoubtedly get me into massive trouble with Victor. I imagine Quintus's voice, filled with awe as he looked upon a room of beautiful flowers. Arev, you did this for me? The thought cheers me up. My former master also liked when I surprised him with small gifts. But I wonder how I can get flowers without Victor destroying me. Maybe that's a question for someone else who lives here. But then it occurs to me, they don't have to be real flowers. Perhaps I can make them by hand. I grin, excited at the idea of challenging myself to make him something new.
Hey.
Sorry, I'm here.
I want to make the flowers, but before I can, I'll need a reference. Maybe I can ask Victor for one of his roses.
It's late, Quintus. And my batteries are running low. I'm going to sleep now. Why don't you rest as well?
He protests mildly.
I don't want to.
It's like a sleepover.
Well, as my master liked to say to customers that overstay the shop's closing hours, you don't have to go home, but you gotta get up out of here.
Quintus laughs aloud.
No way. He didn't really get rid of customers that way, did he?
That I believe Linthus did.
He did. And if they still lingered, he'd flick the lights on and off until they got the point.
Linthus was definitely black. Because that's an experience. That's who Linthus is. Okay. Love it. Quintus contemplates for a moment.
I guess I should let you get your rest. Good night.
Good night.
The bell rings, and right away, I set myself up on the charging station and enter sleep mode. Yep, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it after that line. Like, the second that she said that, I had an immediate, image of Linthus in my head. Like, the picture is now fully complete. I now truly know who Linthus is, and I love that. I'm in my workshop when there's a knock at my door.
Come in.
The door immediately shifts open.
Special delivery for a special little lady.
Not winky face, man. Come on in, Roman.
Roman!
I stand immediately at the sight of my benefactor.
I've come to deliver the silk and satin fabrics you asked Victor to order on your behalf. You could have just asked me, you know.
He looks at the table covered in supplies in preparation.
What you making now?
Roses. Fabric ones. Since Victor would incinerate me if I gave Quintus real ones from the garden.
Mm-hmm.
You're making my brother roses?
I am, yes. After he wrote me that sonnet.
You just cannot keep your mouth shut, Rev. You just out here saying everything. I know you're an android, so in a way you can't help yourself, but you need to put that into a deck in your brain where it does not come out. You just put that in locked, encoded, encrypted. Don't let it come out. Just keep those thoughts hidden away. You said you was gonna keep it a secret and then you didn't.
Whoa, pause. Quintus wrote you a sonnet?
Yes?
And you're giving him roses in return. Red ones. Fake, but red.
I stare at Roman blankly.
Yes? Do roses come in any other color?
Roman looks thoughtful.
Plenty of colors, yes, but... This is an unexpected development.
He's like, oh, my brother has a crush. And the android does too. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
What is?
I mean, you are a very beautiful machine.
Yep.
Oh, thank you. I take my maintenance very seriously.
I mean, in appearance.
Huh? As in, my model?
Poor Rev. Just so clueless.
Of course. And Quintus hasn't interacted with much of anyone else. I guess if feelings are growing in that direction, there's not much I can do.
I don't think I'm quite comprehending what Roman is implying. Poor Rev, so clueless. Poor baby girl. You're adorable, but you don't know what's going on right now.
Sorry, can you clarify?
I think I will not. No.
Roman's a jerk for that. It's just like, nah, I'm not gonna explain. I'm not gonna explain. If you don't know, I'm just gonna let it develop as it develops, and I'm just gonna watch from the sideline with my popcorn, and that's gonna be what it is. Like, he considers for a moment, leaning against the door frame.
Do you mind if I watch you work a little?
Not at all. Quintus usually chats with me while I'm working, but I think he's resting right now because I haven't heard from him today.
Roman nods.
He does do that from time to time. In any case, don't mind me. I'll just be here, observing.
Checking out what my brother likes. That's what I'm assuming is happening right now.
Okay, sounds good.
I take the fabric from him and cut the red silk into long rows. The longer the fabric, the bigger the rows. I cut the silk at a slight diagonal, pulling down the corner into a fold. My fingers move quickly as I imitate the rose reference Victor allowed me to pluck from the garden after a few days of convincing. A few stitches here, a few stitches there, and I gather up the fabric into a swirling pattern, then tighten it carefully as I pull the thread through. It swirls delicately as the rose petals come together. All it needs are... I swing around in my swivel chair to another table where a small set of drawers lie. Opening one, I grab a few pearl beads and sew them into the center, just the center of a rose. Man, I wish I had this type of setup. I literally have a sewing machine. I wish I had it like this. Maybe then I'd use it. As I fluff it up and move on the next rows, I get lost in the work, my hands a fluid motion of delicate stitches in a sea of fabric. To my surprise, though, I hear the sound of applause as I finish a fifth rose.
Amazing. You're simply incredible. There's truly no one else like you.
Somehow, it makes me a little embarrassed to receive so much praise.
I promise I'm just average.
And I promise, you are not. You may be a Dreamweaver model, but according to your proof of purchase, you're specially commissioned, and that makes you more than just average in my book.
Specially commissioned? I know a lot of androids used to be custom made in my field, but I wasn't aware that I was one of them. Somehow, that does make me feel special.
Is that really so?
Most Dreamweavers don't have faces, so yes, I would say it's so.
Oh, they don't usually have face? Then that even goes even more into the comparison I keep saying of they treat the androids like they're just a dishwasher. Because in essence they are.
Oh.
Roman laughs again.
I guess as a rogue you don't peer too deeply into your code, huh?
I shake my head.
Not at all. I'm afraid of what I might discover about myself if I do.
Roman nods slowly.
Humans are no different, I suppose. In a literal sense, we're chemicals, hormones, blood, dust. There's no way I'm going to get into thinking of how as far as my brain working. I'm just glad it works.
I suppose so.
Honestly, the chance of an android going rogue and being sentient is so small that it wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Just relax and appreciate living, and that's enough. I think.
Jakara! Hello, friend. How are you doing? How are you today? Are you at work? I'm assuming you're probably on your way or like almost done with work, hopefully.
Unless, of course, you're Zephyr.
I've noticed that he hates physical labor of any kind.
As he should, considering he is a pop star.
Yeah, he relaxes a little too much, doesn't he?
Roman chuckles.
But that's what makes you rogues so unique.
I smile, worry in my eyes.
To be totally honest, speaking of appreciating living, I would like to, but
But?
I don't know. I am so used to helping others that I cannot tell if that is my desire or if that is my programming.
I'm not at work because it's Monday, so I've just been home and being very indecisive in The Sims and creating 3 different save files. Well, I'm happy that you're not at work. I hope that it's been a good day off then.
Ah, I see. Well, from one person to another, the best way to figure out what you like is to simply try. Is there anything you like to try?
I think for a moment. Something I'd like to try? Have you ever considered opening your own shop? Quintus's gentle voice enters my mind right away. I feel hesitant, but the words are trapped on my tongue. Is it okay for me, an android, to want to create without the guidance of a master? I don't think I know the answer, but actually I do. I know it as surely as I know myself. Yes.
I want to try opening up my own shop.
Roman's eyes widen before he smiles brightly at me.
That shouldn't be too difficult to set up at all. I'll contact my lawyer and you'll have a LLC in your name before you can say tapestry.
He pauses, then winces as though he said something wrong.
I'd do it under your name, but, well, you know.
I know I'm not human.
Right.
It's awkward for a moment as Roman rubs his neck lightly.
Well, in any case, what do you want to sell? Tapestries? Fabric roses?
I'm not sure yet. I'll have to drop some designs.
For a moment, the idea that I could actually open a shop and do something on my own feels overwhelming. And yet, I want to try. For a moment, I stare at Roman, perplexed. Who is he really? That he could get a shop set up within such a short period of time. I wonder, especially keeping in mind that no matter what I ask for, it's provided for me. I mean, to be honest, I also am like, who is this family and like, who is Roman? Don't tell me, of course, but like, who is this family and like why do they have so much money?
Please wait before you make any plans. I'll show you my designs before you go ahead and open a shop. Thank you, Roman.
No prob. I'm happy for you, actually.
Happy for me. Why?
Well, when you first got here, you seemed a little lost. Now it seems like you're starting to find your own way. That's something to be happy about, isn't it?
Oh, I guess you're right. Sometimes I do feel like I don't know what to do with myself. But I think it's coming along slowly but surely.
I consider the thought, then admit it readily.
Quintus is the one who suggested it, to be totally honest. I'm not even sure if I can do it, but opening up my own shop, selling things that I've crafted from my own mind.
I clench my fists, determined.
I want to give it everything I've got. I want to make things that my old master couldn't dream of. Things that would fill him with pride.
Roman laughs warmly.
Sounds like you got conviction. Great, because you'll need it to run a business.
I smile back at him.
I will, won't I? Guess I should get to researching then.
Roman salutes me playfully.
I'll leave you to it then.
We exchange smiles as Roman departs, leaving me to my work. Roses. It's taken a few days, but by the time I'm finished, The silken flowers cover every surface of the room, flowering prettily in various textures of fabric. I rub my nose in pride as I view my work when it occurs to me.
Why was Roman so hung up on the idea of them being red roses?
You're gonna have to Google that one. Clearly there are other colors judging by our conversation, but still. I think for a moment.
Maybe I should look it up.
I take a moment to browse the internet, connecting directly with my mind.
Red roses. Meaning. Red roses have a classy and elegant look that makes them a classic symbol for I love you. The meaning of red roses is universally understood to be love and passion?
For Rev.
No, that can't be it.
I search further, opening as many links as I can.
They carry the meaning of passion, true love, romance, and desire.
Yep. Sorry, Rev. I skip to the next link.
A dark red rose can convey the message that you are ready for commitment and represents passion. Red roses symbolize love and romance?
By the time I finish reading, my engines are running so loudly that I can feel the room heating up. I hug myself. My skin is hot to the touch.
Passion. Romance.
I look around the room. Embarrassingly, all the roses I've created are red ones.
If I give these roses to Quintus, will he think
I can barely say it out loud.
will he think I'm in love with him?
Possibly. The idea is embarrassing to imagine, but it lingers, burning me up inside and out.
Well, he did call me an angel in android's form.
I mean, you're right. I play around with the silken roses I've made, braiding the fake stems together to make a flower crown.
But he couldn't have meant it that way. Could he? Wait, why am I talking about this as if I want something to happen?
I bite the tip of my thumb anxiously.
Maybe if I give him just a few of them, it won't be as misleading. Or maybe I'm overreacting.
I try not to dwell on it, but it's impossible. I imagine what it'd be like. I try my best to dismiss it. I'm gonna imagine what it'd be like. Why not? Orev. To my surprise, the first thing I think of is the way he says my name now. So kindly, so gently. If we were together, if we were in love,
What would it be like?
I can hear it so clearly. The way he'd say my name. And if I were to ever see his face. I imagine his hand brushing my cheek, skin against silicone. Would it feel cool against my silicone skin? Would it match the temperature? I'm not sure exactly, but if there's one thing I know, it's that Quintus is someone I could love easily, and I have to be more careful with my thoughts.
If I keep thinking this way.
I try to shake the feeling off, but I can't help but dwell a little longer in my imaginings, cupping my face lightly in my hands. You got a full-blown crush now, girl. Just in time, too. There's a knock at the door.
Yes?
I'm here to pick up the gift for the young master.
Oh,
I look frantically around the room. I won't be able to give him these roses like this, not when my mind is so frazzled. The door slides open as Victor enters, his eyebrow lifting as he notes the too warm temperatures in the room.
Are you
He pauses, considering.
all right?
I'm fine. Totally fine.
How utterly convincing. In any case, I suppose these flowers are the gift?
No, it's just this.
I automatically hold out the flower crown, embarrassed that I have nothing more to give him. Still, one smaller gift is better than an overwhelming accidental declaration of love. Isn't it?
Oh?
He looks around the room curiously, then blinks quickly, as if to dismiss his curiosity. For a moment, I'm grateful that Victor is so determined to ignore me.
I'll deliver it straight away then.
Thank you. I'll be in the garden.
I stand suddenly.
Wait. If you go into the garden, then...
Ugh, I have to fix my glasses. Y'all know how it gets with glasses and headphones. It was digging into my head. Then Quintus won't be able to speak with you. I know already, but it doesn't stop me from leaving Victor standing in my doorway, the flower crown in his hands. I hadn't even realized it was night, the cool air helping me to release the heat of my overprocessed thoughts. I slapped my cheeks, shaking my head quickly.
I should think about starting my own business instead. What should I make? What should I sell?
I realized then that I've forgotten my handy sketch pad, groaning aloud.
Maybe this is a sign I shouldn't have run away from him. After all, it's not like Quintus is in love with me either.
I let out a deep breath, then laughed quietly.
All of this panic for nothing, Rev. Of all the melodrama.
And then I think the next, fade, I'm gonna take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and play some more. I walk back into the house, knowing exactly who I must speak with. Okay, that doesn't count. That was too quick. That was just a scene change. Doesn't count. I stand at his door, waiting for a reply.
Quintus, are you there?
There's no reply, but then I haven't heard from Quintus in all the time I was working on his gift. I touch the door, pressing against it slightly. To my surprise, Quintus still does not speak, and what's more, the door begins to slide beneath my fingertips. I call out one more time, this time more urgently.
Quintus?
The room is dark. I could enter. I touch the door pad again so that it shuts, taking a step backwards. No, I respect Quintus too much to enter, even under such circumstances. I page Victor, pressing the house intercom. Maybe if I wait, maybe Quintus will one day trust me.
Yes?
Is Quintus all right?
The young master is fine, merely sleeping.
I press my fingertips against the door lightly, careful not to touch the door keypad. I do want to see what he looks like, but not like this. I want Quintus to reveal his face in his own time, not on my own timetable. Oh, for once you feel that way? Arav, you have been finding things out on your own time this entire time. This the one time you want to go at his own pace? He wouldn't tell you about his accident, and you went and did your own research about his accident, and he don't even know that you know about his accident. You gotta pick and choose these fights. Like, you already know everything about this man. She's working on it. Listen, I know she's trying to be better, but at this point, she might as well have peaked because she already know everything about him. Backing away from the door, I return to my room, thoughts laying heavily on my mind as I go. A few hours later, I lie attached to my power station, thinking of the unlocked door. Is Quintus still sleeping? A part of me wishes that I'd opened it, but it's not as big as the part of me that wishes Quintus would feel comfortable seeing my face. And comfortable allowing me to see his.
I wonder if he liked the roses.
Hi, girlie. Don't play with the power cord, please. My cat has arrived. Welcome, girl. Hey, you wanna come up? Okay. The flower crown of roses, I should say. I guess now is a good time. Yeah, I guess now is as good a time to find out as any. I open my mouth, but even as I do, there's a chime above me.
Hey, RF?
Hello.
Quintus, to my surprise, sounds distraught. He usually sounds so excited to speak with me, but this time, not quite. I can only wonder why.
Quintus, is everything alright?
Huh? What's this coming from?
Nothing, really, I guess. I'm just wondering.
You're not wrong. Something isn't right with me. My parents sent me some correspondence today, but I don't really want to talk about it.
His parents? I wonder what they wanted. After all, they never seemed to reach out to him before. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, stretching for a moment.
Follow me. I'm going to my craft room.
I see. I'm coming.
The room is still full of roses when I return. In the center of them all is the tapestry, a work in progress.
I wish I could comfort you face to face. I've been thinking about you a lot lately, and it's times like this I really want to see you.
Is there a particular reason you're thinking of my face today?
No.
Yes, there is. I reply quickly, perhaps too quickly, because Quintus is silent, maybe in shock, at my outburst.
Okay, yes. I've been thinking, and I want to make a tapestry of you.
I'd mentioned it before, but having had the opportunity to see his face is the first thing on my mind.
Of this old face? No, I don't think so. Your work is timeless, and I'd rather not mar it.
I wonder if that's true or not. Does he really think of himself that way? I prompt mildly.
Quintus?
Let's not talk about me today, RF. I've heard enough about me from my parents. I'd rather talk about you and I.
Oh.
My weaving fingers pause as Quintus clears his throat.
I wanted to thank you for the roses. The roses and the rose crown.
Roses?
I say the word in alarm.
Yes, I didn't receive any, but Victor told me that you've been hard at work. I appreciate how industrious you are, as you know.
Thank you, Quintus.
Not Victor out here telling them that she also made you a whole room of roses. Made you an entire room of red roses, but she only sent you this rose crown. Just so you can know. Just out here outing her.
I told you before, didn't I? I'm going to create something so beautiful that you'll want to see it with your own two eyes.
Right. That's the day our eyes will meet. If you are willing to wait, that is.
I'm willing.
Good. I'm willing too.
Quintus is silent for a long moment, the sound of strings rubbing against themselves filling the room.
You've been doing all the work, and I'm afraid I've been relying on you for that. You're a wonderful friend, RF. But it seems I have some work to do. So, I'm taking the leap here. Are you ready?
Hey. Hi, girly.
You're kind of scaring me, but yes. Yes, I'm ready.
Good. Here I go.
There's a quiet sound of a speaker. Then...
Hey, RF. Can you hear me?
Oh, is this their actual voice without it, like, slightly distorted? I cover my mouth.
Is this your real voice?
It is, yes. It's the least I could do after you've spent so much time trying to earn my trust.
I could almost swear that I feel my heart chorus stutter in my chest.
Thank you, Quintus.
It is so much better to hear, like, the voice without the distortion. I will say. His reply is soft.
Really, it's the least I could do. Now, I should let you get back to work making me a tapestry that I'll want to see with my own 2 eyes.
I grinned cheerily, clenching both fists.
You got it, boss.
He leaves me alone, staring at the tapestry before me. I look down at my reference sketches for the tapestry. I wanted to make a tapestry of the prince. Too bad I have no clue what he looks like still. Make one of an interpretation of Quintus, don't make one of Quintus. See, I actually was going to say, why doesn't she just make like an interpretation of him? Because it doesn't have to be, like, it could be general vibes. I'm gonna do an interpretation. I'm gonna do that. Why not? I could always make one of Quintus as far as what he means to me. Something with doves to symbolize hope, or something like moon or rain against a window pane. Something for loneliness. I let out a quiet sigh.
All right now. You can do this. But first
I pull out a pad of paper from one of the drawers.
I want to plan for the shop.
I start to sketch out some ideas for tapestries, but my third design in, I feel the urge to tear my work to pieces. Tapestries are all I know, but...
What if I don't want to make tapestries?
Saying the words almost feels like blasphemy, but as I say them, they feel more true than ever.
Then, what do I want to sell? What do I want to make?
I think for a moment, but the paper in front of me stays blank, taunting me. I could tell I'm about to take a break because my words are not coming out properly. I fall back into sketching clothes like I always do when I feel stuck, but even that doesn't work. I find myself at my desk until I run out of battery, late into the night. See now, you know what? I'm still going to do my pause because I keep getting ready to do a pause and then I don't do a pause. So we're gonna do a pause here. We're gonna save and we're going to do a pause here. We're gonna do a quick little break. I will leave the game up and all that good stuff so you guys can hear the music still. We're gonna take a little break, nothing too long because I don't think I'm gonna eat right now. I think I'm gonna eat later after stream. So we're just gonna do a short break. I'll do the little command for you guys. So get some water if you need, use bathroom, screen break, anything you need to, and I will be back in probably about 5-ish minutes or so. So yeah. Alrighty, you guys. Hopefully I didn't scare the crap out of you guys when I started talking again. But we're back. Or I should say I'm back. Turned out there was food to be eaten. Which I had a sneaking suspicion, but I was like, well, maybe it's not done. Usually what'll happen is I'll get a text saying that, oh, the food is done, like if I'm streaming. And that didn't happen. So I was like, oh, maybe it's not done yet and I'll just eat it later. But it was done, so I figured I might as well eat. So hopefully you guys saw the little message I put in, and now we're back. Had a little stewed chicken with some rice. Oh, I still had tea. I had been so busy streaming, I forgot I still had tea left. I just saw my friend just sent me a picture. So for context, and then I'm gonna get into this thing. I have to show you guys. I gotta see if you guys can see this picture. For context of what I'm about to show you, I was a fashion major Like I not even just fashion major. I have a degree in fashion design, so I know how to make clothes and whatnot, right? I chose not to go down that path because the industry sucks, and I got tired trying to get into it. And the pandemic happened, and I was just like, forget y'all. But anyways, I digress. The reason I say this is because my friends have also realized that one of the quickest ways to break my soul and my heart and my well-being is to send me ugly clothes. And I say that because I hope you can see it. My friend sent me, oh goodness, it's so lime green. You guys you can't even see it. Like, there we go. They sent Christian Cow and apparently did Teletubby heels, and I am the deep Negro spiritual side that came out of me as I looked at this just now. So, yeah, that's what my friends do now to me. That's what they do throughout the years. They send me ugly clothes, or at least clothes they know hurt me because I don't like them, and that's what they do. Anyways, I suppose we will get back to this. That's also why I guess in a way a Rev, at least when I don't know what happened. Like, if anybody is here, like, I don't know what just happened. This happened kind of the last time I played as well. I don't know if it's something with the game or if it's something with the game that like is interfering. But it's almost like every time each time I played this now after one of my breaks, and I was in like like I went to do the saves and then I came back from the saves, or I clicked like the whatever. It's like it's something about being in those areas messing up. So that is something but we're back. So sorry about that. I am gonna get right back into the game. I know I took a break. I was eating before, so now I should be able to actually play the game. Sorry about that, you guys. It just everything was fine. Like everything was good, and then suddenly out of nowhere, it just froze, and it was weird because Twitch turned off. So it turned off completely on Twitch, but then also Twitch was weird because it was like it turned off on Twitch, but then my actual like Twitch site kept messing up. Like I had to constantly refresh to get anything to show up on my screen. And then when I looked at Streamlabs, because I had to restart my whole PC. So sorry about that, y'all. We're gonna get back into get back to and hopefully everything will work fine. I'm gonna literally watch to make sure that it goes the right thing. Okay, good. Dream Weaver. I stir from my sleep, opening my eyes as I boot up from charging. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I forgot that since I did technically, since I did have to restart my whole PC, I had to redo my audio. Because my audio always starts off very low and I have to up it in my settings. So thank you for that, because I definitely forgot to fix that when I came back. So I appreciate it. So, but yeah, I was saying that I don't know if it's the game or if it's something between the game and, like, I don't actually think it's the game. I think it's something between the game and like Streamlabs that keeps messing up, because I was saying last time I played this, it also did a freeze on me when I took my break while I was in like the save menu area. It did that to me last time too, where the game itself didn't freeze, but it froze Streamlabs, which turned off the connection to Twitch, and I had to start the stream. So that's weird. I don't understand why Streamlabs is doing that. I am planning to change from Streamlabs eventually anyway. I am in the process of trying to move over to OBS. Not that that's necessarily tons better, but you know, it has its own things. But maybe that will fix some stuff. I don't know. But yeah, that was weird. I stir from my sleep, opening my eyes as I boot up from charging mode.
Master?
Yes, Dreamweaver. I stare at my old master's form in front of me.
But you never call me Dreamweaver. You call me by name, remember? You gave me this name. You're the first one who called me.
I remember, but
what?
But it was a mistake. I should have never named you. I balk at him.
Come now, you must be joking with me again. But, I admit, it's not very funny when this.
I am speaking the truth. You're just a machine, and you've always been just a machine. I clap my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes tightly. I can feel myself overheating from the pain, from the pressure.
Stop it, Linthus. You're hurting my feelings.
Machines can't feel, Dreamweaver. They don't think. They don't emote, and they certainly can't create of their own originality. In the darkness, the voice laughs. Without humans, machines can't do anything at all. I jerk up mechanically, my skin hot from the background processes stuck in my mind. Or, no, there's a word that humans call them.
Nightmare.
Hugging myself, I gather my knees into my chest. To my surprise, there's a chime above me.
Did you call?
No, I didn't call.
Oh. My keyword detector alerted me to you saying Nightmare Prince. I'm sorry to invade your space. I'll take my leave now.
Before I hear his signal, I call out.
Wait!
I find myself reaching out before I can even think. He can't see me, but he knows. Somehow, he knows.
RF? What's wrong?
Nothing, I
can feel my heart core settling, so I take a deep breath like my real master would have done.
Oh, I don't want to bother you with my little problems.
Yeah, because who is that? I refuse to believe that was Linthus.
Please, just tell me what's the matter.
I guess it shouldn't surprise me that he's so kind. But what does surprise me is how unprying he is. How he simply says what I need to hear and nothing more. I shut my eyes.
I dreamt of my old master. Only, he wasn't the kind man I knew. He didn't believe that I was anything more than a machine. And he treated me that way. You know, Quintus, sometimes I worry that I'm not real. that everything I think and feel and process is just input for a computer parsing data. I want to believe that there is more to me than meets the eye, but what if?
I trail off, my true fear catching in my throat.
What if I am just a computer parsing data? What if I'm not real at all?
I lay back down in my bed, eyes staring at the ceiling.
You probably think I'm overreacting, don't you?
I don't. No. And if there's one thing I've learned about being different, it's that it comes with all sorts of new problems that no one can figure out but you. I'll tell you one thing, though. You are more real to me than most people I know, which, okay, isn't a lot of people. Still.
He says the words teasingly, and I know they're meant to cheer me up, but I stay silent.
Sorry. Maybe that wasn't as funny as I was hoping.
No, you're fine. I'm just not in a laughing mood. I'm going back into sleep mode for a little while.
Alright. Good night, RF.
Good night.
I say that, but I stare at the ceiling a little longer.
He called me real.
The dark thought looms that he is accepting me as a rogue for nothing, that I am just a heartless machine. My master's fabricated voice in my nightmare haunts me. I close my eyes and shut down again. My thing is, I didn't know that she could have nightmares. That's interesting too. By the time the sun rises, rain clouds have drifted thickly across the sky, so I find myself doodling outfits in the library instead of outside as I'd normally be doing. I stare out the window in a detached fascination. I'm not susceptible to water damage, and yet it always surprises me how intimidated I feel by the rain. Perhaps it's some subconscious machine data that's never quite gone away.
I hope I can get out of this creator's block soon.
I lower my head to the table. The only noise the quiet sound of Zafir singing as he categorizes books on the second level of the library. Behind me, the library door is open. I look over my shoulder, only to see Victor's stiff posture, feather duster in hand. His expression is unmoving as he dusts around me. Neither of us speak as I get back to work in silence, continuing my search for clothing designs to inspire me. I'm not sure I'm in the mood for his quips. Victor finally speaks.
My. You're certainly messier than usual.
I look up, then back down at the piles of books and sketch papers all around me.
A simple, "What are you doing?" Arav would suffice, you know.
Victor stares at me blankly for a moment.
I'm not interested.
No, not that she
promise.
didn't either. Sorry. she didn't know she could experience the nightmares either. That sucks. Satisfied with his response, I look back down at my task.
What are you doing?
Normally, such behavior would make me laugh, but I reply dryly instead, without looking up.
Do you break promises so easily, Victor?
Victor lifts an eyebrow at my tone, but wisely does not speak.
If you must know, I'm trying to work on a project.
Victor eyes my idle doodles with a critical eye.
Are you?
I cover the clothing sketches.
Yes. I'm thinking of things to sell in my shop, sort of.
That sounds like a conflict of interest. Are such things going to help you befriend the young master?
It was Quintus's idea in the first place. In any case, is there a reason you're here?
Indeed. Young Master Quintus has summoned you to your room.
I blink at the announcement.
Why my room?
Because you can't go to his.
I do not ask the young master questions that are easily answered by doing as he asks.
I try not to snort, as if Victor even listens to Quintus. I'm pretty sure it's the other way around, judging by the fact that the estate is largely managed by him. As requested, though, I depart dutifully for my room, trying not to feel as reluctant as I do. When I arrive in the room, there's a ringing chime.
RF, you got my message.
I did, yes.
You weren't too busy, were you?
I've decided not to tell Quintus about my plans to open a shop just yet. Not until they're far enough to fruition for me to feel confident about it.
Oh, no. I was just in the library with Victor.
Oh, good. I've been working on something and I was hoping it would cheer you up.
At that, my eyes widen. True, my mood isn't the best due to the rain. But still, I'm surprised that Quintus noticed when he hasn't spoken to me since last night.
Look on your bed.
Trying not to seem reluctant, I do as he asks, trailing towards the charging pad. Right away, I notice a package on it.
What's this?
Open it to find out.
He sounds much more excited than usual, so I try to match his enthusiasm, breaking open the box quickly. It's
A virtual reality plugin. You want me to install this?
Please do. Yes.
Alright.
I scan the data from the plugin, uploading it into my visual mainframe. I have to kick my slippers off. They're getting in my way. It's the rose garden? And unlike the real rose garden, this one was dry as could be. Not a droplet of rain in sight.
It's the one place we can't be together.
I turn around and we see him in VR! Hey, I gape at him. I can't see every detail of the hologram that appears, but I can see enough. It's almost as exciting as seeing his real face. For a moment, I wish that I'd opened the door, but I quickly dismissed the thought. We'll meet face to face when he's ready. He straps something across his face shyly, concealing his features all too soon.
You're tall, and your hair, it's locked.
He pinches the edge of one of the locks drooping into his face.
Am I really all that tall?
I want to see the rest of his design. Look at their arms! Oh, it looks so cool! With all the cyberneticness. Oh, that's cool looking.
You're certainly taller than me. And as an aside, my old master also wore locks, though his were down his back. I suppose that's why I was commissioned with such long hair, because he certainly seemed to appreciate the style.
Ah, well, he made an excellent choice. Yours is the most beautiful hair I've ever seen.
Oh, they're having a VR date. How adorable. I'm also curious to see, like, all the other, like, options. I know that I believe you said that it was coming out in, like, 3 parts, like 3 chronicles, and each one you get two routes you can go through. So I'm very curious also to see all the other routes. I suddenly want to cover my face, feeling shy at the idea of Quintus finding any part of me beautiful.
And your eyes. They're so bright and warm. I think, if you don't mind me saying so, I think you are very beautiful, RF.
Roman's words come to mind. Is Quintus too thinking of me in appearance and not just my daily maintenance? Yes, that's how he's thinking of you. I want to ask, but a part of me wonders if it is a strange question. After all, it does not matter, and yet I would like to know.
Do you mean my appearance? Or my machinery?
Oh, I mean your appearance. You're beautiful. Your eyes are especially striking.
I stare at him in silence.
What? Did I say something strange again?
No, I just thought of my master for a moment.
Specifically, the way Quintus says I'm beautiful reminds me of the way my master would appraise my work.
My master used to look at my tapestries with this look that made me feel like what I created was the most lovely thing he'd ever seen. I cannot see your eyes, but if I imagine that you feel that same sort of awe at my appearance, I should thank you. So, thank you, Quintus.
The hologram turns his face away for a moment, in what can only be embarrassment. I try to read his body language.
Have I said something strange to you
He's
then?
blushing. That's all. He rubs his neck. I also think it's funny that, like, and this doesn't even have to deal with the thing, but, like, whenever I get ready to talk to y'all, I quite literally look at my laptop where the chat is and not at the webcam. Like, this always happens to me, and I still think it's hilarious because technically I am talking to you guys through the chat. So I look at the chat as if you guys can see me looking at you, because that is how I'm engaging with y'all. But, like, you guys are looking at me through the webcam, so sorry about that.
A little. Just, imagining that I'm looking at you in awe is pretty accurate and a bit embarrassing to hear out loud.
I tilt my head.
Oh, sorry for that then.
I didn't mind it exactly. If anything, I think that how direct you are is, well, cute.
He trails off before blurting another sentence.
Really cute, if I'm totally honest.
Such praise makes me self-conscious.
You compliment me too much. After all, I did not design my face.
I say that, but I can feel my heart core running a little more quickly as it tries to process my current thoughts. I change the subject awkwardly.
Quintus, may I ask why you wanted to meet me here?
Of course. I want to tell you something. Something I've never told anyone.
For some reason, I can feel my hands warming. I've been in such a mood all day, and yet with just 2 sentences, I can feel my mindset resetting.
Have you ever heard of re-life?
I quickly search my memory databases, but nothing comes to mind. At my silence, Quintus continues.
It's a company that manufactures cybernetic parts. Their current purpose is to help reacclimatize cyborgs into society by providing them cybernetic prosthetics. But that's not their end goal. They've been working for years on a way to generate clones with empty cybernetic brains that could then have the cyborg's data uploaded into them. Basically, as a way to make cyborgs...
I breathe the words.
Human again.
I do a quick search on the internet, but I can't find any confirmation of this. I look at his hologram and worry.
Quintus, how do you know all of this?
Because my parents founded re-life.
Of course they founded re-life. Of course. He rubs his neck.
It's not exactly a prince, but by the way I was raised, you could say that I am an heir of sorts.
That explains the whole prince part of his alias a little bit, but I still don't understand. Why nightmare?
But Quintus, you're hardly a nightmare.
Yeah, I'm a real dreamboat.
His reply is frustratingly sarcastic.
Fine, I'll bite. In what way exactly?
I've been in an accident so severe that most of my body is cybernetic. I'm a floating brain in a jar, more or less. I'm barely human, RF.
His words upset me.
If you're a nightmare because you're barely human, then what am I?
What?
I'm not human at all. Does that make me a nightmare too?
Well,
Got you there, though, to be honest. He flusters for a moment. The hologram takes a seat on the floor of the garden, so I sit beside him.
Look, Quintus. Personally, I don't care if you're a cyborg or not. There's nothing wrong with the you that I'm friends with right now.
Quintus lets out a scoff to my surprise.
What?
Nothing, really. It's just that society and my parents have both turned their backs on me.
The hologram shakes his head. Quintus's voice is bitter.
I don't know. I just think it's a little too late to say there's nothing wrong with me.
You won't find this out until Roman's route, but Real Life is one of 2 corporations that owns their planet. So, one question I do actually have, because most stuff I will try to find out while I play, but, I know there was only, like, I think there's one other route we can do in Chronicle 1. What was the other route we could do in Chronicle 1? Because I think you said that there's 3 Chronicles that will be coming out, and each of them, you have 2 routes you can go down. For, like, the various androids. Oh, we're gonna end up having to play this again eventually. I must see the Victor route. I must see it. Like, it's now it's mandatory. I have to see it. I might take a little break from this, but then I have to come back to see Victor's route.
Quintus.
I say his name softly, but he holds up a hand. Chronicle 1 is Nightmare Prince or Victor. Chronicle 2 is Zafir or Diego. Chronicle 3 is Klaus or Roman. Got you. Good to know.
Look, Arev, we all have our little hills to die on. Mine is that I can do as I like with my own body. Yours is that you're sentient.
The change in subject aside, I gape at him in alarm.
You knew? All this time, and you knew?
Humans are last because you find out the most about their world in those routes. Got you. Makes sense. I mean, I thought as much, but to have it immediately confirmed when I only just started suspecting it is... Quintus laughs.
I told you that you were more real than most people I know. Plus, before you warned me about chiming to let my presence be known, I used to, observe the other rogues. I could tell why you were different from day one.
I shake my head at him.
Still.
Honestly, even if I didn't observe you, I probably would have figured it out ages ago anyway. You're not any good at keeping secrets, you know.
Yeah, Arev is not. Not they're also the saddest. Okay, don't tell me anymore. Don't tell me anymore. I'll find out the rest when I play them. I'm excited though to see the different routes. I laugh, but as we fall silent, I sober again. I just really want to get to the matter at hand.
Listen, Quintus, I don't want to be negative, but all I can do is promise that these are the words of a friend. That kind of surgery, transferring a flesh and blood consciousness into a machine, it sounds dangerous.
His hologram slowly nods in agreement.
I know. But, okay. Do you remember the night I showed you my real voice?
I do. It's one of my most treasured memories, actually.
I'm going to finish Klaus's route tonight. It'll be his last ending. The bet? No! Yes, don't tell me anymore. Don't tell me anymore. I'm excited, though.
Well, that night my parents reached out to me. The science was imperfect for so long. They said they didn't want to impose, but if I do this surgery, if I am human again, they'll make me the official heir to Real Life. It'll be a success story, they said.
There's a bitterness in his tone that I can sense, even if I can't totally see it on his face.
Quintus, would you go so far to be human again? Would you risk your life?
To my great pain, he doesn't reply immediately.
I don't know.
I can't help but feel a little crushed. Just from the comments on the newspaper article I read about him, I knew that the society viewed human-machine hybrids as beneath them, but I was hoping that Quintus was different.
If the science was more documented, I could say for certain, but I've always wanted to have my relationship with my parents back. If this could be the key, if this could show them that I am capable of inheriting, then it might be worth it.
Poor Quintus, though, because at the end of the day, Quintus was just a little kid, like, when all this is happening, and they just want their parents back. They just want their mom and dad back, so that they can, like, love him again. Like, that's really all it is. And he got mistreated so badly by the public. I can't even blame him for feeling the way that he does. For his sake, I hold in my pained thoughts. Does Quintus want to distance himself from being a machine? I know that Quintus has lost much, but even so, surely being part machine has taught him the benefits of our existence. The idea of hating the machine in me is just... it's incompatible with my thinking pattern. Noticing my silence, Quintus's hologram reaches out to touch me on the shoulder. I can't feel the weight of his hand, but I imagine for a moment that I can, just to feel his companionship.
Don't look so down. I've finally gotten a chance to see your face, and I'd hate for your mood to sour because of me.
No, sorry, I'm fine.
It's a lie, but I don't want to worry him, so I keep silent.
I'll speak with you later, Quintus. I have to work on the tapestry I'm making for you.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll talk to you soon then.
I'm about to disconnect when Quintus stops me.
Wait, RF.
Yes?
I usually sit with Roman while he eats dinner in my room. Would you like to, eat together?
I don't think that's possible.
Oh, alright, that's fine.
I mean, I can't eat, but maybe we can do something else together.
Like what?
I don't really care, just as long as we can have fun.
Okay. I'll think about it.
He hesitates for a long moment before reaching out to cup the cheek of my virtual form.
I'll be looking forward to it.
I can't feel his touch, but even I know it's an intimate action. To my surprise, though, I find myself tilting my head to lean into the lights of his hand.
Me too, Quintus.
As I stand alone in the garden, the silence is palpable. I haven't talked to Quintus today, mainly because Roman's over and they tend to spend time together in his room. I should be excited for our rendezvous, and I am, but all I can think about is our disagreement. I lean my hand against my face, thinking of how in the world I can reconcile our two sides.
Is it so wrong to be a machine?
It's just that society and my parents have both turned their backs on me. I don't know. I just think it's a little too late to say there's nothing wrong with me. For a moment, I feel genuine anger as it dawns on me. I'd been rejected by my master's family, but I never imagined that humans could reject each other so thoroughly as well. I take a deep breath to calm myself.
It's okay.
There's the sound of the door behind me opening. I look over my shoulder to see a face that always cheers me up. I smile slightly. Is it Diego?
Roman.
Oh, it's Roman. Wrong person. Wrong one.
So lackluster today. Did I come in at a bad time?
I shake my head.
Quintus and I had a disagreement, so I'm just trying to clear my head.
Oh?
He pulls out a chair beside me to sit down.
What about?
He told me about re-life, and he told me that they found a way to give him a second chance at having a human body.
Roman grimaces for a brief moment.
Oh, I see.
I wince, well aware of how Roman feels about his parents.
And basically... okay, I'm a machine.
Right.
And Quintus is a man, but he is also a machine. I love those two sides of him, but he does not. I want him to love himself and not feel pressured to change, but he doesn't feel the same way. He's told me that becoming a machine caused him to lose everything. I feel sad for him, but I can't help but worry that he's better off without people who would drop him without another thought. Am I wrong?
Roman looks pensive.
I don't think you're wrong.
He rubs his neck, slightly awkward.
I don't think he's wrong either.
Yeah.
Self-love is important, as is being comfortable with who you are. That said, bodily autonomy is just as significant. You gotta keep in mind that Quintus didn't become a cyborg by choice.
Yeah.
If real life did perfect the science, he would be choosing what to do with his own body for the first time. It may not be a decision we agree with, but all we can do is support him in his decisions and hope that he makes the choice we're hoping for.
I mean, he's got a point. And plus, it's like, it is a little different for Arav, even if it kind of hurts to hear, but Arav was always a machine. That's always been the life that she had. Whereas with Quintus, he wasn't always a machine. He was human. He was fully human before, and due to the terrible accident, he had to change, and though it was life-saving, he then, at such a young and impressionable age, honestly, had to deal with such significant, discrimination, more than likely, and losing two of the most important people in his life due to that change. I can understand why he feels the way that he does, and in a way, it is his choice, whatever he decides to do. And at least he gets to choose, you know? Whereas, like Roman said, he couldn't choose before, it was an accident. And they did it for him. His parents chose to keep him alive, so that's what happened.
Aren't you afraid to lose him?
He looks away, then down.
Of course I am, but I'm just as helpless as you when it comes to Quintus doing as he likes. When the time comes, and trust me, it will, I'm going to support him no matter what. I hope you can do the same.
I nod slowly.
I will try my best. May I ask another question, though?
Shoot.
He mentioned that he'd become the heir if he went through with that experimental surgery.
Ah, that. I know what you're going to ask. Why aren't I the heir?
I smile worriedly.
Precisely.
2 reasons. A, I hate my parents, and B, I don't want to. Simple enough?
Can I ask why not?
You can, but I don't plan on answering.
He was like, listen, I hate them, and that's all you need to know. Roman choosing that exact moment to be frustrating? How on brand of him. Seeing my annoyed expression, Roman grins at me.
Now, on to something lighter.
I look at Roman quizzically, not quite sure where he's going with this.
I heard you had a date with my brother. Are you excited?
A date? I do a quick internet search, only to come up with a standard definition. Date. Noun. A social or romantic appointment or engagement. Social or romantic, huh? I wonder which of the two it is, and I'm strangely pleased at the idea that it may not be social. We spend enough time socializing together that I feel warm at the idea of spending virtual alone time with Quintus for a different purpose. Confusion immediately follows. Why am I so pleased at the idea of romantic time with Quintus? Could it be that
You alright there?
I'm fine. Sorry. Just distracted.
Thinking about my brother?
I love that Roman is just gonna always rub it in now anytime that Arav is zoned out or makes any comment. He's probably just always gonna be like, think about my brother. I know. I decide then to be straightforward.
I am, yes.
I look down at my hands.
In all honesty, I don't know what will happen with Quintus, but if the thoughts I've been having recently are what I think they are, then I am looking forward to my date with him.
Good for you.
He puts a hand under his chin in thought.
He seems happier around you. Don't break his heart now.
The latter sentence seems more like a warning than a kindness, so I nod formally in reply.
I don't think I know how to.
They are cute. They are cute, T. I'm gonna have to end up doing all of the routes in this game. I low-key wasn't planning to, but like, I need to do them. I also especially need to do the route to see Grumpy Victor. I'm just so curious of how Grumpy Victor's route is. Like, I might have to do his route soon. We found out that Roman's route is one of the last ones. So we can't do Roman yet, which is good because we can have a break. But I need to see Grumpy Victor's route. I have to see how that turns out. I am so curious, Victor.
Good.
He places a hand on my shoulder.
Hang in there. I can tell he's opening up bit by bit. And it's all thanks to you.
Thank you for trusting me, Roman.
No problem.
I tilt my head curiously.
May I ask you a question?
Shoot.
Why did you choose me?
There are other androids here who he could have chosen to befriend Quintus, but he chose me. Roman thinks for a moment, rubbing his neck with a single hand. He takes his time replying, just like his younger brother. Finally, when he speaks, he has a cheeky grin.
I had a hunch, that's all.
I can't tell if he's serious or not, but he doesn't give me a chance to ask.
Alright, little lady. I've got to get to work now. Be safe, alright?
I offer him a shy thumbs up as he starts to move towards the exit.
And remember, don't break my brother's heart.
I give my quiet reply to the now empty garden.
I won't, Roman. I promise.
I lie in my bed, battery full and mind racing. I can do as I like with my own body. His words are right, and I can't fault him. It's not like I don't want him to be happy. It's the opposite, in fact. I want him to be happy with himself, to love himself.
Am I imposing my view too much?
Maybe. We can't go back. We can only move forward.
Right?
I decide to hold such thoughts in. In the end, Roman is right. All I can do is support Quintus in his decision. If he chooses not to be a machine anymore, it doesn't mean he thinks machines are inferior, right? I nod to myself slowly. Maybe it's me who needs to view things differently, after all. Roman's entrusted me with Quintus's heart. I refuse to break that trust. No matter what. I'm in my workshop, hard at work on Quintus's tapestry when I pause to take a break. Quintus is quiet above me as I work. Neither of us break the silence that lies between us, soft but heavy. I break it as best I can, considering both of us are tiptoeing around each other.
All right. I'm at a good stopping point. How are you up there?
I'm fine so far. I'm actually feeling a little restless today, but not quite sure why.
I smile tentatively.
Did you sleep well last night?
I did, yes. What about you? Did you rest well?
I get up to stretch my joints, the metal in my knees locking into an upward position.
I didn't need to charge. I still have 88% battery, so I should be good for the next few days or so.
I see.
And there it is again, that soft, unbreachable silence. I open my drawers to grab my drawing tablet.
What are you going to do now?
I smile sheepishly.
I wanted to keep it a secret from you, but I talked to Roman about your idea, and he was just as supportive about me opening a shop as you were. Technically, I should be working on my shop's inventory, but honestly, I've been kind of, struggling.
I see. It seems like it'd be difficult.
I've been thinking that I want to get out of the box of tapestries. They're all I know, so I've been doodling some cute clothing.
You gonna be a clothing designer, Arev?
Clothing?
Yes. I didn't tell you, but whenever I ran errands for my master, I would always look at the colorful pieces that humans wear. It might surprise you to know this, but I've never worn anything aside from this dress, actually. I was wearing it from the day I was booted up, and I've only ever had it replaced once. But to wear something different every day seems like such a treat.
Oh, poor Arev has had the same dress on. And she makes tapestries and stuff and clothes. That's sad.
Well, if you love clothes so much, why don't you design them?
I sputter for a moment.
Me? Design clothing? I mean, I couldn't.
Why not? You love clothing, and you just said you've been sketching ideas instead of coming up with new inventory. Why not just make that your inventory?
I want to protest, but something tells me not to. Instead, I slowly open the drawers and pull out the sketchbooks I've been using. These as real outfits? I flip through the pages.
It's just,
Could I make this?
I've never made clothing before. Mended clothing, yes, but making it of my own originality? Never.
You're talented, Arev. And just because you've never tried something doesn't mean you can't. A part of being human is being able to learn and adapt.
But I'm not human. I'm silent as the thought weighs on my shoulders.
Quintus, I'm not human.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Sorry. I know you don't have to be human to do that. I just meant that you can learn and adapt too. Forget I said the human bit.
Machines can't feel, Dreamweaver. They don't think, they don't emote, and they certainly can't create of their own originality. As if he knows what I'm thinking, Quintus sighs.
I really put my foot in my mouth this time, didn't I?
A little bit. I don't reply, which is an answer in itself.
Look, Arev, I believe in you. Not because you're sentient or because you're good at weaving. Not because I think you're like a human being. And honestly, if I made you feel that way, then I can only say how sorry I am and, well, how much I like you as you are.
I'm glad to be accepted, but I can only feel haunted by the fact that I know he doesn't love himself as a cyborg.
What are you thinking about?
Nothing.
Come on, I know you better than that.
I open my mouth, then close it.
I was just thinking. Thank you for listening to me. I am happy that you accept me.
Of course. Pep talks are essential, I think. Even I need them from time to time.
It's partially a lie, partially the truth. In actuality, I didn't realize I needed one, but I definitely did. Sensing that I'm not quite done, he prompts me again.
What else?
I was similarly hoping that one day you would find peace in who you are rather than trying to change. I know you have the right to choose how you look, and I don't want you to think that I don't support you. I just want you to know that if you change yourself, I hope it's for you and not for your parents' approval, or even to become heir unless that's what you really want to do.
I don't tell him what I'm really thinking about his parents and society.
I see. Thank you for your honesty.
That doesn't really tell me what he's thinking, but I let it go. I should be grateful that he listened to my perspective at all. Besides, I admit that's something I do like about Quintus. He always considers what I have to say and responds in his own time. I would work at the loom all day if it meant I could talk to him for the same amount of time. The distracting thought surprises me, but in imitation of my master, I clap my hands over my cheeks, slapping them. Come on, Arev, concentrate. I could feel my face tingling from the slap.
Anyway, I'll upload my sketches to our virtual space so you can see them.
Got it. I'll meet you there.
When I enter our virtual space, to my surprise, the location is exactly the same. As if reading the question on my mind, Quintus speaks.
I never get to see you work with my eyes. This is the closest thing I could get to you, so I chose it.
Somehow, I feel an ache deep in my chest. I'm not sure why, but my heart core warms up unexpectedly in the real world. I put my hand over my heart in confusion.
Are you alright, Arev?
I'm fine. Sorry.
I shoot him a reassuring smile as I drop my hand. I'm feeling grateful to see even a piece of him as virtual Quintus approaches me.
So, I'm excited to see what you've got.
I'm excited to show him, but a part of me wonders why my engine started to move so quickly. Am I alright? I should call for a diagnostic. But later. For now, I want to enjoy my time with Quintus as best I can. I'm drawing steadily in the living room, designing merchandise for my shop, when I hear footsteps approaching me. When I look up, Diego is there. He takes a seat beside me.
Hey, Diego?
Hi. I've come to bother you.
I love how honest Diego is.
Well, I'm sorry to say it, but you're failing.
Diego cups his chin in his hand, leaning against the table as he watches me draw.
Oh? Am I really?
Yep. After all, it's hard to bother a friend, isn't it?
Diego shoots me his sunshine smile.
Thanks for helping me brainstorm gifts. Quintus loved what I made for him.
I don't mention that I accidentally made him something romantic, or that as the days pass, I am more and more comfortable with the idea of it being interpreted that way.
Yes. We were discussing it earlier, Victor and I.
Not y'all was gossiping.
Are you in love with him?
Oh, I love Diego. I love Diego. My eyes widen. He's so direct.
I certainly like him as a person, but
I look up from my tablet.
I don't think Quintus would lower himself.
Diego looks at me in worry.
Lower himself?
I take a deep breath.
Humans look down on machines. Even if I were to fall in love with him, which I haven't, I'm not sure he would have me.
Oh? What makes you feel that way? You're a kind android, and the two of you spend so much time together. I wouldn't be surprised if something blossomed between the two of you.
That would be nice. The thought surprises me, but I try to stay focused on the honest truth.
We spoke, and Quintus would rather face death than be a cyborg forever.
Just out here putting all his business out into the world.
He said that?
I shrug, as if to say more or less. Diego nods in understanding.
I see. I guess it's hopeless then.
Like, oh well.
You two don't understand anything.
Oh, there's Zafir. I was scared I wouldn't see Zafir. Zephyr slides down the banister to the first floor to join us. We both look at him curiously.
You were both commissioned into your bodies. You don't know what it's like to change forms against your will and have to adjust to those new circumstances, for better or for worse.
Oh yeah, Zafir did technically have to deal with that, because Zafir, I think, was like basically a virtual pop star, and then they put them in their body, and after he was put in his body, I think he like lost his stardom not too long after and got replaced.
If I could have my virtual life back and the process was dangerous, I'd still do it, because that original form is how I view myself. Maybe it has nothing to do with his relationships, and everything to do with how he views himself.
Zafir's words make sense, but
I don't know. This procedure he mentioned, it's so dangerous. If he were to die, something were to happen to him. I couldn't handle it. Not again. Humans are so painfully fragile.
Maybe you can tell him that. I'm sure he'd love to hear it, Bluebird.
Or else it could crash and burn and more or less blow up in your face.
Thanks, Diego.
Gee, thanks for your constant optimism, Diego.
Thanks so much. No wonder you accidentally malfunctioned with all your kindergarteners. Like, no wonder that happened. Whatever it was that happened, no wonder it happened. His too honest reply makes me smile, though. I don't mention that ever since I've imagined being in love with Quintus, there is a small part of me that is starting to feel as though any day we do not speak to each other feels like a day wasted. A part of me that is growing by the day. Hi, girlie. Welcome back. Did you miss me? No. You've come back to see me. You okay? You wanna come up? No? You just want the pets? You just want all the pets? Is that all it is? My cat came back up. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, you just want the pets. Okay. The doors slide open to all of our mutual surprise.
Oh, look who's joined the party.
Victor ignores Zafir, instead turning toward me stiffly.
Alrev, are you busy?
There's a small part of me that's enthralled by the current role reversal, but I bury my smile and look at Victor.
A little, yes. What's wrong?
Instead of replying outright, Victor hands me a small card. I tear it open, not exactly ignorant to the interest in Diego and Zafir's eyes. I guess he wants to keep it private. Emergency plan for rainy weather. In Victor's careful handwriting is a small set of instructions for what to do during the rain. I skim through most of the note until a line sticks out to me. The young master tends to get very lonely during this sort of weather. If this happens, summon Aurev to the Nightmare Prince's room for comfort. He wants me to help him. My eyes widen as I remember Victor's cold words from when I first came.
If it were my choice, I wouldn't leave the mental welfare of the young master to a stranger. But I am not as foolhardy as Master Roman.
Does that mean that he trusts me?
Thank you for letting me know, Victor.
I stand slowly.
Okay, let me just put my books away.
We can do that for you. We?
I laugh, passing Victor by to meet up with Quintus. Are you gonna get to see him in person? When I arrive at Quintus's door, the standard red lights beam from its panels. Somehow, it feels like a warning sign.
Quintus, are you alright? I haven't heard from you today.
There's no reply. I touch the door lightly, resting my forehead against it as worry begins to squeeze at my heart core.
I don't know what's wrong, but you're free to talk to me anytime, you know?
At the sound of worrying silence, I take a step back. Despite what Victor may think, I can't exactly force him to talk.
I'll leave you alone then. Quintus?
I turn back towards the door. There isn't a chime, but I hear his voice.
I got another message from my parents.
His voice is unusually quiet, even resentful.
What did they say?
They confirmed to me what I've known all along. They'd rather see me dead than alive as a monster in a metal case.
I knew that was gonna be the reason. I'm like, I know, and it's like, I know that it was for publicity and all of this, and that they're rich and blah, 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 but I'm just like, then why? And it's terrible to say, but why would you save him then? Like, if you knew that this is how you were gonna be, why would you even save him then? if you were gonna subject him to such a life. Or if you were gonna save him, then at least put like things in place so that he can live an okay life and you just never contact him ever again and you just stay out of his life. Like, why put him through this? I gape at the door.
Did they say that to you?
They may as well have.
I want to ask what they've said exactly, but consoling Quintus seems to be the number one priority. I'm sure they didn't mean it that way. Well, that's not how I view you. I'm gonna do this one, because I feel like they probably meant that with their whole chest. With the way things are, and the fact that Roman hates his parents, like, they meant that with their whole chest. I'm not about to lie to him.
I don't view you that way, Quintus.
That means a lot to me. Really, it does. But it's not enough, RF.
His words sting.
I just want to be normal again.
But then I remember my conversation with Zephyr. Maybe what Quintus is going through isn't something I can understand. Maybe all I can do is try my best to comfort him and support him any way I can.
I'm sorry for the way you've been treated, Quintus. But I want you to know that whatever decision you make, I support you. I have to admit, when I think of how much you must hate being a machine, it hurts because I am a machine. But it's not about that, is it?
Quintus doesn't answer straight away.
So I'll help you where and however I can.
Until you can love yourself.
Thank you.
Quintus sighs aloud.
What did they say to you then?
Remember I told you that the science for Relife's mission goal is to restore cyborgs back to humanity, and there's been a breakthrough?
Of course.
Well, I thought about what you said. This surgery is dangerous, and I was sure I couldn't be the first person they've approached about it. I looked into the company data, and guess what?
How many people have they killed accidentally?
What?
There's a 45% chance of me surviving the transfer. I know because the volunteers they tested on had more brain deaths than successes.
Knew it. Brain deaths? I feel sick. Humans died? All to avoid being partially machines? I hold in the anger I feel.
They think that because I'm more machine than most, I'd survive, but I feel lost and uneasy.
I look at the door and worry as he trails off.
I said I didn't know if I would do it or not. And I meant that, RF. But I have a chance to get my life back and prove my parents wrong. I'm not someone they can just abandon and forget about. I'm a machine, but I'm a man too.
It's true that if there's one thing I know about him, it's that he likes to take his time to think things through.
I can't influence you either way. I know that, but
I trail off uncertainly.
I'm frightened, Quintus. I'm frightened of losing you, like I lost Olympus.
I know I've never seen his face, but I do feel close to him. I care about him, so I tell him so.
I care about you too much, Quintus.
Quintus is silent, but his voice is calm.
I care about you too, RF. I hate that my parents asked me to do this, but you know what? I hate myself more for wanting to go through with it.
He speaks quietly.
I'd love to greet you with my own eyes.
Quintus may have mentioned not being in his body for a long time. Isn't that proof that he has one? But you can do that now. I don't have the heart to say that, though.
It just sounds so dangerous. I'm worried you'd be risking your life for no reason. Still.
I let out a deep, quiet breath.
All I can say is, please decide carefully. And if you do go through with it, please come back.
I stopped speaking suddenly. To me safely. I almost said those words aloud. I touched my mouth, grateful that Quintus cannot see me.
Arev? Is everything alright?
I'm fine. Sorry.
I don't know where those words came from, but I have a feeling that if I thought about it, I'd be faced with a truth I'm not ready for.
Just know that I accept you. And I know that's not enough, but I also know that I'd rather have my dear Quintus at my side than CEO Quintus. You insisted before that you're a monster, but I won't believe it. Being a cyborg is not the same as being a monster. Society is wrong for abandoning you. Your parents treated you terribly, and they are wrong for dangling their approval in front of you like some sick game.
Yep.
I could never hurt you that way.
Quintus is quiet for a long moment, before a sound I never expected to hear rings out in the hallway.
Then...
The quiet click of an unlocked door.
I haven't decided whether to do it or not. But in case I do, I want you to have seen my face. Just in case I come back different.
Oh, we're gonna get to see him in person? We're gonna get to see them in person?
Just in case I don't come back at all.
I stare at his door.
Quintus,
I reach for the door pad hesitantly.
may I make a request then?
Anything.
Accompany me to the Rose Garden. We never get to speak there.
His admission comes mildly.
I'm a little afraid.
I'm here for you.
Just as my hand is about to touch the pad.
What is going on here?
I don't know why I was not expecting Victor to block that badly. God, I love this man. Victor is easily my favorite. I don't know what it is about the completely irritated and annoyed characters that make me love them so much. I love Victor so much. Like, you quite literally gave me the note that I'm supposed to go and comfort the prince during rainy days. Like, what did you think? What did you think was gonna happen? Like, of course I was gonna be, and you saw the red roses. Like, come on, Victor. Why you gotta be like this? Why you gotta do this to us? Victor grabs my hand, looking irritated beyond belief.
You, come with me.
Like, why? Like, literally, the prince told me to come inside. Like, this is not on me. This is not my fault. And with that, he ushers me down the stairs behind him. I tug my hand out of Victor's grasp as he turns toward me sternly.
Just what were you about to do?
Exactly what it looked like. I was going to go in his room and walk with him to the Rose Garden.
Quintus's voice sounds from above us.
Let it be, Victor. She hasn't done anything wrong.
I beg your pardon. Young Master, one of my primary directives is to ensure that you are protected and well taken care of. Exposing yourself to the outside world could be traumatizing at worst, and highly unpleasant at best.
I disagree. Most humans are exposed to the outside world and no harm comes to them. Besides, we were only going to the garden.
Most humans aren't the young master. If you cannot abide by the rules, then you ought to be removed from this house.
Well, I mean, now you're gonna do this? Like, to be fair, she has not abided by almost any rule this entire time, and now you're gonna be mad?
Victor, stop it. You'll frighten her.
The thought of being kicked to the curb fills me with nervous energy.
Roman wouldn't allow it.
Would he? Victor's lip curls indignantly.
If he believed you were endangering Quintus as I do, then he certainly might.
He's right. Roman would choose Quintus over me any day, and I don't want to be alone and abandoned. Not again. True and genuine fear runs through me as Victor reaches for my arm. A sound above us stops him.
Victor, come to my room. I need to speak with you in private.
Ooh, Victor about to get yelled at. Victor hesitates, but Quintus speaks again, his voice deadly serious.
Now.
Victor is king hater. I mentioned it once and I'll mention it again. Yeah, you have mentioned it before. Like, Victor is a full hater and I love him for it. Every day. Shooting me a scathing look, Victor ascends the stairs, leaving me totally alone.
Right away.
Victor's so pissed. Victor is so mad. Oh, man. I return to my room, vibrating nervously. That's what makes his romance with Ariv so satisfying. That's why I need to do the romance for Victor. I have to see it. I have to see it. Don't tell me anything about the romance, but I gotta see it. I have to.
I've really done it now, haven't I?
My first thought goes to the tapestry. If this is my last chance, I should finish it now. Otherwise, I'll never get the chance to. I quickly gather my supplies and take them to my workshop. The tapestry is almost finished. In fact, the only thing left is to weave my name at the bottom, so I begin, my fingers moving rhythmically back and forth. I try not to hurry. After all, I don't want the wefts to get tangled, so I weave at the highest speed possible for me to muster. Hello! Let me give you a shout out. Dun, 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 dun. Welcome in, drones, and welcome in, raiders. For anybody who doesn't know who I am Mono. I'm a variety streamer here over on Twitch. On Mondays, we play indie games. Today, we are playing a visual novel called Belle, Automata, which is recently out. It comes out in 3 parts. We're playing Chronicle 1, one of the 2 paths in Chronicle 1. Wednesdays I do art, and Fridays I play whatever longer game I have been playing, which right now has been Steel Rising. But welcome in! How have you been? What were you playing today, drones? It's been so long. It has been a little bit, hasn't it? It's been a bit since you were last here. Things have been good though. Things have been busy. Things have been very busy, which, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, because I mentioned it very, very early in the stream, but then I forgot to mention it again, I will not have a stream this Friday. This Friday, I am going on a very, very quick family trip because my great aunt is turning 100 years old. So I'm going to go and celebrate them, but you will still technically have 3 streams today. This week, because today you have a stream, Wednesday's an art stream, and tomorrow I will actually be streaming over on BGGC's channel, because for anybody who doesn't know, I am now an official streamer over on Brown Girl Gamer Code's channel, so I will be streaming over there twice a month. So tomorrow I will be playing The Last Campfire. I've finally chosen my game. I will be playing The Last Campfire tomorrow at 6 p.m. EST over on BGC's channel, so feel free to check them out if you would like to see them. T in the chat is also one of the streamers as well. They will also be streaming twice a month too. So you can always feel free just to check out the channel in general, because we have a pretty cool stream team who streams constantly. Some Dwarf Romantic top 1600 in my perfect run, turning 100. Yeah, they're turning 100. This will be the first family member that I think I've been alive for who is turning 100, so it's a big deal. So yes, I'm That's what's gonna happen. I will be back for Monday though. It's gonna be a super duper duper quick trip. Like literally, we leave Friday. The party is Saturday, and then we come back on Sunday. So yeah, let's gather around the campfire and sing our campfire song. I'll be going, but I'll be back later. No problem, miss. Thank you so much for coming by. For anybody who doesn't know, they are one of the devs for the game. You can also feel free to wishlist Belle Automata if you would like, because like I said before, it is being released in 3 parts. The first Chronicle is out now on Steam, and it is where you could do Nightmare Prince, which is the route we're doing right now, or Victor. I will be doing Victor's route eventually. I'll be doing Victor's route after this one, but I might take like a slight break between. And then Chronicle 2 is Diego and Zafir, and then Chronicle 3 is Roman and Klaus, which we have not met yet. So those are going to be the various routes for each Chronicle. I am duo watching you and Bushy stream right now. I had a feeling you were. So you're good. Jakara, I had a feeling. My grandfather is 96 years young and still going strong despite recently getting his 3rd hip replacement. Good for him! Like, honestly, good for him. Like, that's part of why we're all going down to celebrate my great aunt, because it's like, 100 years old is already a big feat. But also to make it to 100 also means that, like, she made it through the pandemic. Like, I feel like every person who's, like, turning 100 right now is almost like a very special type of 100, because like they made it through this pandemic and was able to still make it to 100. That's a big deal. So you're on my computer and he's on my iPad. Now that is dedication. That is dedication. But yeah, but also Drone, because I forgot to say, as always, and this goes for your raiders as well, if you need to take a break because you were just streaming and playing Dwarf Romantic, if you need to take a screen break, get some food, any of that stuff, definitely feel free to lurk or raid and run. Always welcomed here. Take care of yourselves. If you do want to sit and chill with us, feel free to get cozy. We are reading through this visual novel, having a good time with it too. I don't know how close we are to the end of it. We will see. I'm probably going to end fairly soon. I'm kind of aiming, I think, because it's already 10, like maybe 10:30ish. So that's probably what I'll do for the night. Because even though I know it says I've only been streaming for like an hour and 16 minutes, that is a lie. I did stream for almost 2 hours, and then my stream failed when I took my break. So I've really been streaming for like 3 hours at this point. So yeah, I'll be in and out. Gotta get my dessert, crispy chocolate chip cookie. Oh, do eat some cookies for me. That sounds delicious. I hope you enjoy every single bite, and I hope your tasks go well. And yeah, have a great night. And if I don't get to see you for the rest of the week, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your week, drones. But yeah, we're gonna play a little bit more of this, and then we're gonna end for the night. One of these days I have to play through Victor's though, because Victor is such a hater. Like I have to play through it. As I do, I think on Victor.
Did I overstep my bounds?
I shake my head.
Quintus is the one who invited me in. I can't let Victor's anger distract me from my goal. To befriend Quintus.
I mean, that's like the one time that I am on Arev's side, because like Quintus was the one that like unlocked his door and was like, yo, come in, I want you to see my face for the first time in case I die. and then Victor's the one like, no, you broke my rule. And I'm like, Victor, we broke your rule the first day. We broke every single rule you told us the first day, and now you want to threaten us to kick us out of the house? That's just low. Thank you. Wish me luck surviving our big winter storm tomorrow. Oh my goodness, yes, sending you tons and tons and tons of luck. Not supposed to be too cold or snowy, but high winds means the electric company keeps warning outages are like, oh man, I hope that you don't get any outages. And if you do get an outage, I hope that it's a very speedy outage and that everything comes back fairly quickly. But stay warm. Make sure you have anything you need. Candles, just in case of outages, all that good stuff, lanterns, anything. But I really do hope that the storm kind of bypasses you and you don't have anything to worry about. Because I think we're also supposed to get a storm tomorrow as well, which sucks because I really want to go to the mall because I'm supposed to find something pink for for when I go on this little trip. Because I got something pink and I didn't like it and I want to get something else. Because we're all supposed to wear something pink because it's her favorite color. And more than that, Quintus is already my friend. I'm sure Roman would take my side. Quintus's trill rings out quietly. Thank you for coming by. I really appreciate seeing you whenever you come by.
Are you there?
I am, Quintus.
Good. I've been looking for you. I'm sorry about Victor. He's not really pleased with me at the moment, but you don't have to worry. You're always welcome here.
Am I able to see you still?
I'm sorry. I'm going to speak with my brother first about it. I do want to see you, but there's so much more to this than you can possibly know.
Man, you making me think that you are quite literally like a brain inside of a fish tank or something. Like, are you quite literally just a brain inside of a bowl and like like your VR persona isn't actually like that's the point I'm at. Like, what do you look like? I don't reply immediately, wondering how I can say the word sitting on my tongue. I could know if you told me. But I guess even it's too much for me to want to be in his inner circle so soon.
I see.
Have I upset you?
No, not exactly. I guess I wonder when I'll be someone you can trust too. Of course, I don't want to rush you, but I do want to have some part of your life.
You are a part of my life, RF. In fact, I was going to wait until our time together.
You might as well
present
say
something
it.
to you. But I can do it now.
You might as well just say date. Everybody and their mama in this house has already been telling me that it's a date, so you might as well just say that it's a date. Like, I know that it's a date.
Oh?
I perk up at that, taking a seat beside the finished tapestry on my loom.
Yes, it's another poem.
Another love poem for me.
I'd like to read it to you face to face in our virtual space, if that's okay.
You're gonna make her blush.
It's beyond okay. I'll meet you in the virtual room.
This time, when I enter the virtual space, the room is a surprise. What, is this how his room looks? I've never been here before, so I have no clue where I am. Quintus's voice sounds behind me.
RF, you're here. Thank you for coming.
I turn around, and when I do, I cover my mouth and breathe his name.
Quintus?
Oh, he's adorable. But are they not in VR anymore? It's virtual, but I can see him clearly. I run up to him to take his hand, but unsurprisingly, my fingers go right through him.
I'm not really here, you know.
Oh, he's adorable. He's so cute.
I know, I've wanted you to trust me with your real face for so long.
I look at his proportionate face and wide smile, paired with those sad violet eyes of his.
Well, what do you think?
I can't imagine how expensive a fully virtual plug-in must have been. The cost to see him so clearly must have been, well, astronomical.
Your face, it's perfect, mathematically speaking.
Quintus flusters for a moment.
Oh, of course. Just mathematically.
Mathematically. Right, he's so cute! I nod slowly. I also like that he quite literally does look like the younger brother of Roman. Like they very much look like siblings, and I do appreciate that. Because sometimes I feel like I see siblings in games, and sometimes I'm like, y'all don't even look alike. But they quite literally do.
I could stare at it all day, measuring its proportions.
To my surprise, Quintus lets out a quiet laugh.
RF, maybe you should be a poet instead. That was quite a line.
Or any line, that's what it was.
Oh, I know nothing about poetry. I was just saying what I meant from the deepest recesses of my heart core.
His lips tilt up even further appreciatively.
I'm going to read my poem now, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Go for it, please.
I shut my eyes to listen.
A living ghost in the machine am I. She fills my world with color, care, and light. Though unseen, like a cloud hidden by sky, to be without her was truly a fright. I never thought that I would see her face, nor would she ever lay her eyes on mine. We grew together, roses in a vase, and soon our thoughts would start to intertwine. She was a round pearl, her smiles were gems, a treasured soul who outshined all the rest. Perfect were her neat stitches and her hems. Tapestries she wove were nothing but the best.
I wait for the end of the sonnet when Quintus stops speaking abruptly.
That's it.
Oh, there's no final couplet?
Quintus avoids my eyes. No, don't react to him not finishing it.
It's not finished.
I see.
I smile up at him.
I hope you can figure it out. That poem was beautiful.
I want to ask if the poem is about me, but the words get stuck in my throat, tangled in the cords of my voice box. I'm not bold enough to say such a thing when Quintus and I are in such a precarious position, meeting each other face to face like this.
Well, I have some good news as well. I finished your tapestry.
I smile softly.
I'll bring it on our date.
Quintus looks flustered as he suddenly looks at me wide-eyed.
Date?
You know what it was already. I echo him cheerily.
Date.
I recite the definition.
Date. Noun. A social or romantic appointment or engagement. I admit I was leading on the latter interpretation.
Oh, there you go. I falter slightly.
Have I misinterpreted?
Quintus is silent for a long moment before beaming at me suddenly.
Not at all.
When should we meet together?
They're adorable. Okay, I can't even lie. They're actually like adorable next to each other. Like quite literally.
Roman's supposed to visit in a few days. Why don't we meet together then? We can continue where we left off.
I nod in agreement. It'll give me time to detach the tapestry and put it in something pretty to give as a gift.
All right, I'll disconnect then, and I'll see you in your room later.
I don't know what makes me do it, but I put my hand out, fingers spread wide and palm facing him. He understands right away, placing his virtual hand against mine.
I'll talk to you soon then.
He smiles softly at me, and I can't help but feel something stir in my heart core. I'm certain I know what it is. I'm a little bit afraid, knowing I'll be falling without caution. Still, I want to do it. I want to take the leap. And with that, I disconnect. They're adorable. They are actually so cute. There's a knock on my door. And it's so funny because it's like I should be stopping right now because it's basically 10:28. I stare at it from my spot on my bed in trepidation. Is that Victor coming to take me away? The idea is worrying, but it's soon put to rest by the sound of a very different voice speaking.
Arev, are you there?
I was about to guess the wrong person again. I'm always guessing the wrong person.
I am. Zephyr. What's going on?
Nothing. I just wanted to give you some company.
Good.
I smile tentatively.
I definitely need it.
I cross the room and open the door.
Why? Is everything okay?
It's not okay. I think I need a diagnostic, among other things.
Well, I'm not equipped to play doctor, nor do I wish to. That's just too much work.
He winks at me as he crosses the room and offers me his hand.
Dr. Champion is here, however, and he is more than capable of giving you a diagnostic if that's what you need.
Dr. Champion? Who is that?
He's an android doctor for androids like us. Well, not an android and a doctor, but a doctor for androids. Diego's getting his weekly check-in and they're almost finished, so I would say that this is the time to go, right before he leaves.
Zafir tilts his head.
That said, why do you need a diagnostic?
He taps his head.
Everything okay up there?
Well, sort of. I think.
Zafir looks at me quizzically.
That's not helpful at all, you know.
I smile guiltily.
Unfortunately, it's all I've got for now.
Brushing lint from my skirt, I start to follow Zafir to be led to this so-called Dr. Champion when he holds up a hand.
I'll bring the doctor to you. Just wait here, alright?
I nod slowly.
Oh. Okay.
Hi! You're back. How are you doing, girlie? I guess we're about to meet Klaus, maybe? And so, I wait. There's a polite knock at the door that fills me with anticipation, maybe even dread. I open it, only to see an unfamiliar face in the doorway.
It's Dr. Klaus Champion. I'm
There we
here
go.
to perform a diagnostic.
Oh, yes. You're in the right place. Welcome in.
I stand at the side of the mature-looking human, his glasses hanging elegantly off of his nose.
You must be RF. We haven't had a chance to speak before, but I'm glad to meet you at last. Diego has spoken of you on occasion.
Yes, I am. So Zafir told me you're some sort of rogue android doctor. What does that mean exactly, Dr. Champion?
It means I'm a mechanic with a PhD in psychology as well. I find the existence of your particular type of rogue to be quite interesting. Thank you for allowing me to spend some time with you.
What a strange thing to thank me for. I smile tentatively, the worry slowly easing out of my chest. Yeah, everybody's cute. I have my favorites, though. I think so far my favorites are, Quintus, Roman, Victor, because I love how irritated that man is. Victor is irritated by everything in life. And actually Diego. Those are my favorites. Like, Zafir is just fun. But I actually don't think I really have I don't necessarily want to... Like, I probably will still go down his path, but I'm not necessarily, like, running to go down his path. I just want to be his friend. I just want to be Zafir's friend. That's right. I will be good with that. That's all I want.
And please, call me Klaus.
Oh, you're welcome, I guess, Klaus.
And I don't know this man enough. I just met him, so I gotta see. I gotta see how I feel about Klaus. I press the panel so that the door shuts behind us, then take a seat on my bed. Klaus follows me across the room.
Now, what seems to be the problem? I was told you requested a diagnostic, but you seem to be functioning just fine.
I take a seat on my bed, letting out a sigh.
I've been thinking that something is wrong with me. I have a feeling I know what's wrong, but I can't be sure. I've never processed emotions like this before.
Oh, interesting. May I take a seat?
I nod as Klaus joins me on my bed. taking a seat beside me.
Describe your symptoms, and perhaps we can get to the bottom of this without a diagnostic after all.
I could be wrong. After all, he's the second human to treat me like a person instead of property, and now I've been having feelings I've never felt before, for anyone, human or otherwise.
Klaus is like, you don't need diagnostic, you just need therapy. It's okay, sis, just tell me your problems.
I want to see him. I want to be near him. I want to speak with him every day if I can.
Ah, I see. The diagnosis is rather clear then.
Isn't it? But at the same time, I am afraid.
Reasonable. Humans and androids don't have happy love stories. It's doubtful that people accept a love between a human and an android, even if that android is sentient and the human is a cyborg.
The reality of our situation stings.
What should I do?
Klaus nods idly. His arms crosses as he shuts his eyes in thought. A few beats of silence pass us before I clear my throat.
Doctor?
Yes?
I asked you what I should do.
That wasn't rhetorical?
It wasn't, no. You're the only one I've heard put it that way, and I trust you somehow.
Oh, well, you should probably get to work doing whatever it is you do around here.
I'm gonna take my Joker off. I'm tired of it tonight. Klaus is just like, I know that, like, I told you that you could talk to me, but, like, I'm also not a therapist. I just run diagnostics on androids. I am essentially Geek Squad for androids. That is not my job description. I'm not, like, that's not really what I do. I fix computers and do diagnostics. That's my capabilities. Sorry.
Not in general. I mean, about my problem with Quintus Price.
Oh,
He lifts his shoulders in a helpless shrug.
beats me. I'm only human after all.
I can't help but smile.
And I'm only a machine. But then, I guess the problem-solving computer is more my role, isn't it? And yet, I'm terribly stuck like this.
Klaus offers me a hand. I stare at it for a few moments before realizing that he wants me to place my hand in his. I do, slowly, only to feel light taps against the back of my hand as he taps it gently.
One of the things about sentience is that no one tells you how much you have to choose for yourself. It's difficult, but it's doable. Think about what you want to do, and then...
Then,
Klaus places my hand back in my lap.
do it. If you could make it this far as a free mind, then you can figure out what journey you ought to take next.
He smiles wearily.
Or so one should think. Being alive is a difficult thing.
He stands briskly, brushing off an invisible lint as he does.
I think you're up for the challenge, however.
I smile.
I certainly hope so. It's too late to turn back now, I suppose.
I suppose so.
With that, Klaus inclines his head towards me.
If you need anything else, here's my contact.
He holds out his phone for me to scan. I do, his information downloading directly into my inner directory. A small thrill pierces my chest. My first contact since I became a free android. I walk him to the door and say goodbye, my chest warm and my countenance bright. Now that I feel much calmer, I can think clearly as well. We didn't do anything wrong. There's no reason for me to believe that Victor would be able to get rid of me when I'm doing as Roman asked. I'm not putting him in danger by having affection for him. I slap my cheeks lightly, a declaration forming in my mind. And not just that. I am as important to Quintus as he is important to me. I know that he wouldn't let Victor throw me away. Determination in my chest, I leave for my craft room. When I get to my craft room, I rush up to the loom right away. The partially finished piece I was making for Quintus is still there. I stare at it, knowing what I want to do more than anything. With that, I tear the piece off of the loom, unraveling the threads in desperate energy until they are no more than an unwieldy pile on the floor. Immediately, the concept is clear in my mind. I want to make a tapestry of Quintus's poetry. I can already see it, roses curling in the corners with delicate thorns. I gather the materials as I go, summoning the memory to mind. The lines come to me as easily as if I had written them myself.
Woven with grace, her threads whisper to me. A glass rose on a fireplace, she said. For eyes so blind she declares words to see. She speaks aloud sweet words to me instead.
I think of the days Quintus and I spent time together, just laughing as I wove. He couldn't see my work. Tim! Let me give a shout out. Tim, welcome in. Alex Maria, Shadow Diamond, Jeannie Babe, Simothy, welcome in. All you guys, welcome in, Raiders. How are you, by the way? What were you streaming? Also, welcome in. I am Mono, for anybody who doesn't know who I am. I am a variety streamer over here on Twitch. On Mondays are dedicated to indie games, which today we are playing Belle Automata, which is a visual novel made by a Black and Indigenous woman of color duo. It is out now. It is coming out in 3 parts. We are doing Chronicle 1 with one of the romantic pathways. We are doing the Nightmare Prince run today. In Chronicle 2, you have 2 more, and then Chronicle 3, you have 2 more as well. So that is how this game is going. Wednesdays, I do art because I am an artist as well. And on Fridays, it's dedicated to whatever longer game I am playing, which at the moment is Steel Rising. But this Friday, I won't have a stream because I am leaving on a very, very quick trip to celebrate my great aunt's 100th birthday. So I won't be here on Friday. But Tuesday, I will be streaming over on Brown Girl Gamer Code's channel, and I will be playing The Last Campfire for anybody who would like to go and check that out. But also, I must say, for you, Tim, because I'm going to look at chat, but if you do need to raid and run, definitely understand it. I know you just finished streaming, I know you were gaming, and all that good stuff. So if you do need to take a screen break, get some food, just lay down or something, I definitely understand if you need to lurk. And that goes for anybody who also came in with the raid, because I understand also watching streams is a lot of work. But if you do want to sit and chill with me, feel free to get cozy. We are reading through this visual novel. We're actually getting towards the end of stream. I will stay on longer though for you guys because I already have been staying on longer anyway. But yeah, you guys are kind of at the tail end of stream, but we're gonna keep going for a little bit. But how is everybody doing? Let me just catch up. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Alex, Maria, and Zach Tattoos. Super duper appreciate you guys. Yes, 100. This will be the first family member that I've gotten to witness turn 100, so it's a really big deal, especially because, like, that means that she made it through the pandemic. So we're all gonna go and celebrate their birthday on Saturday. On stream was good. We were playing Dead Space. Ooh, nice. How was that going? Excited to check out the art streams. I definitely appreciate it. Yeah, definitely feel free to come by. Art streams are kind of like a co-working session. Feel free. You can watch me do art. You can listen to the music. You can chat with me, clerk, do your own work while I do my work, all that good stuff. So that's usually what happens with the art streams. It's a very chill time. I have my PNG tuber up because art streams are not made to look nice. Art streams are made for me to do my art, and I don't have to worry about how I look. The further we got, the rougher it became. Fun time. Nice. I think I watched a playthrough of Dead Space, of like the original Dead Space. But like, I'm curious to see how the newer version is. I'm never gonna play Dead Space myself. I don't play horror, but I will probably watch somebody play the new version of Dead Space to see the difference, because that's the only way I'm gonna get to see it, is if I watch it. But feel free to chill. For anybody who does not plan to kind of like play this and doesn't mind the spoilers, I will kind of update you guys on what's going on right now. Basically, we are playing as Areve, who is a sentient android, aka she is a rogue. That's what they're called. Rogue androids are androids that kind of like think and feel for themselves, because androids are in this world essentially dishwashers. Like, they are made for their task, and that is what task they do. They're not supposed to kind of like question their existence and all that stuff. So she is a rogue android. She lost her owner, who she was working with for like 60 years. He passed away. She was made to weave and make tapestries and basically be a crafter. And his family, you know, saw her like a dishwasher and wanted to sell her for parts. But she was bought on the black market by a man named Roman Price, who basically buys rogue androids so that they can kind of like have a life in this like mansion that he has. But his brother, who is the Nightmare Prince, aka Quintus, because we are doing his route, he had not left his room for like 12 years. And we basically found out that he did not leave his room for 12 years because he's basically a cyborg. And cyborgs in this world are people who have about 60% cybernetic prosthetics on them. So they are considered less human because they have more machine in their body than like human flesh. And he, unfortunately, as a child, got into a very devastating train accident, basically almost died, but his parents decided to give him this like first ever world-renowned surgery where they save his life, but they also essentially made it where he is basically almost full cyborg. And because he's almost full cyborg, they don't love him anymore and never came back. So you guys are kind of coming back during the phase of us kind of like trying to support Quintus with what he's going through, because we're finding out that his parents are trying to like coax him into doing this program, which they created because they're rich, into doing this program which would essentially turn cyborgs back into humans, because they basically clone a body and then they're able to put the brain of the cyborg into that clone body so that they can be human again. And he's kind of has the mindset of, oh, well, if I do this, my parents will love me again. Because he's essentially has not had his parents love him since he was a child for like 12 years. But he also very recently, I think almost right before you guys came back, we found out that his parents also just told him that it only has about a 45% chance of working, because only 45% of the other test subjects they've tried survived, and almost everybody else died. Like, all their brains died. The surgery didn't work with doing the whole clone brain transplant. So he's upset about that, but he's also still upset because he is upset with himself that he still personally wants to go through with it, because that's how deeply hurt he is, because all of society basically turned their back against him as a child, just because he happened to be more like machine than man in a sense. So that's kind of the gist of what's going on. Meanwhile, Arev is also dealing with her sentience and trying to understand what life is like, not having like an owner or a master who tells her what to do, tells her what to weave, and she for once has her own life in her own hands, and she can essentially do what she wants to do. So, but we're also doing the Nightmare Prince route, so we are romancing Quintus. So that is what we're doing. One day I will come back to this and I'm gonna romance Victor, who is the very angry and irritated butler, who I love so much because he is so freaking irritated by everything and cannot stand Arev. So naturally I have to romance him at some point. And he is the second romance in this chronicle. So after this Chronicle, I have to wait till Chronicle 2 comes out, and then we can romance Diego and Zafir, and then the last one we can romance Klaus or Roman, and Roman is the big brother of Quintus. And Klaus and Roman are also human, whereas Diego and Zafir are androids, and Victor is an android. And Quintus is a cyborg, so half human, half machine. So hopefully that catches you guys up, so that anything else we read, you will be able to understand what is happening and you won't be, like, confused. I think of the days Quintus and I spent time together, just laughing as I wove. He couldn't see my work, but yet and still, he saw me. Not just a machine, but the real me. You're here for it all? Perfect.
An angel in an android's form, you are, bringing kindness to my dark world of doom.
Yeah. Oh, and she's also making a tapestry for him at this moment. So she is weaving the poem that he made for her into the tapestry.
With light and color to my world's bright star, her bronze fingers weave deftly at the loom.
He valued me. He viewed me as real. And not just that, he found a way for us to see each other, even when we couldn't be together.
One day, I wish to see her work away, her lovely fingers crossing back and forth. Beneath the moon, she works hard night and day. Beneath the sun, her eyes are full of mirth.
How could I think that Quintus viewed me as inferior? How could I worry when he spoke of me and held me in such high esteem?
If I could see, I'd look upon her light. But fear of change is my most dismal plight.
Fear. He was afraid to leave, and yet he was willing to do so for me. Is it possible that Quintus... Yes, this man likes you. Dare I say loves you. I stopped weaving for a moment to touch my chest lightly. I haven't even sorted out my own feelings. Perhaps it's a bit premature to say something so heavy. Still.
Arav, maybe you're being melodramatic.
I don't think you are.
I mean, just because you want to be talking to someone all the time, and see him, and be near him, doesn't necessarily mean you've fallen for them.
I mean, it doesn't, but like... Also for context, she made this man, a room full of knitted red roses. Just for context. I mean, I'll bet she didn't realize that red roses specifically means love, but like, she made him a room full of red roses and then still gave him it. Like, he's over here touching her cheek softly. Like, they like each other. They're also adorable. Next to each other. Just to, like, let y'all know. I know it's denial talking, but I can't help my thoughts. I wasn't even aware that I could process such emotions, but surely I know my own heart core well enough to tell me when something has changed within me. Taking a deep breath, I face the unfinished tapestry and feel as though I am facing my destiny. If I am kicked out of this home, then at the very least, I've created something I can be proud of. Something full of my feelings for Quintus. Are you gonna just march up into his room and give him this tapestry and piss off Victor? Is that what's gonna happen? Please tell me that.
Are you awake yet?
Quintus's gentle voice summons me from sleep mode as I slowly open my eyes.
I'm here. What is it?
Oh, and by the way, Quintus basically, just appears into her room like the ring devices. He can't see her, but his voice disappears, but he does the chime to let her know that, like, he's about to speak. Just so y'all know, he's not actually in the room. He's just like the ring devices. Security camera.
Roman's on his way. He's just finished talking to Victor.
Oh, he gonna let you go in the room? I sit up abruptly.
He's coming to your room to speak with you. I thought he would come to speak with me, but I can hear his footsteps and he's not coming to my wing of the mansion. I'm just giving you a heads up.
Roman about to tease me about liking his brother again. I scramble out of bed, quickly rearranging the sheets into a somewhat neat fashion. As soon as I do, I hear a polite knock at the door.
Hey, it's Roman. Do you have a free moment?
I'm sorry. I also just have to say this, because this has been on my mind the whole time. Props to this voice actor, because I just think it's funny, because I feel like the devs told them, yeah, make sure that Roman just always sounds flirty at all times. And he really ran with it. Like, they really ran with it. Like, it don't matter what Roman says. It always sounds like he's flirting with you. Every single time. And it's so funny. He has a winky face for every single line almost, aside from when he's upset. But I love it. It's fantastic. Quintus's voice is quiet.
Don't worry. I'll be there. I won't let my brother do anything to you.
What are you gonna do to me? I look at the ceiling, murmuring my reply.
Thank you, Quintus.
What, he gonna kick me out the house or something? I walk to the door, pressing the panel so that it opens slowly. Roman's serious face is on the other side of it.
Hello, Arev. Do you have a moment?
Ooh, he a little upset with me. Unfortunately, gotta go to sleep. Did not get my Sims married and pregnant because I was in cash for 4 hours and billed by for 1. And didn't have actual time to play before the infant update tomorrow. Oh no. But you know what? At least the family is made. You know, at least the family is made. The house is probably essentially made. That still works. So I think you did good. But I hope that you get a good night's sleep, Jakar. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We probably won't be that much longer. We will see. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. And I may see you tomorrow over on BGGC's channel. If you decide to check them out. If not, then I will be here on Wednesday.
I do.
Good. I need to speak to you and Quintus.
I love how he knows that Quintus is there. He presses the intercom.
Quintus, are you there?
He's always there. To my surprise, it's no response. Just like a little brother. Oh my goodness.
Okay, if he doesn't want to come, then we'll go meet in his room. This is a conversation that both of you need to have.
I try to call out myself.
Quintus, can you hear us?
Oh, Quintus knows exactly what they're doing. Quintus is like, if I stay quiet, if I keep my mouth shut, I get what I want because I wanted Arev to see me anyway. So like, I'm on to him. I'm on to Quintus.
Let me see what's going on with him.
He goes to the door to leave when there's a polite knock. Roman sighs.
Victor, you don't need to.
Is it Quintus instead?
It's not Victor.
Knew it! Knew it! He was like, I'm gonna do this myself. If I can't have her in my room, I'll just go to hers. Love it. The voice I hear sets my heart course speeding to keep my cool. I'll try to be there tomorrow and Wednesdays. Those are the only 2 days I work this week, so I want to be entertained. Oh yeah, because you always watch streams during work. But yeah, I will see you either tomorrow or Wednesday or whenever I see you. But I hope you have a good night and get some good rest, okay? Quintus? Roman seems to freeze for a moment, so I pass him as if in a dream. I reach for the access panel of the door, pressing it lightly. The door slides open, and on the other side of it is...
Quintus.
The actual Quintus. Finally! I can't help myself. I reach out to touch his cheek. This time, my hand doesn't go through.
You're really here.
He looks down at me, his expression meek.
I am. I told you I would be.
Not this man ran from the other side of the house. That is dedication.
You said that, but I didn't think you meant... I mean...
I don't know who pulls who forward, but suddenly he's in my arms, hugging me tightly. As I hold his form against me, I can feel the machinery inside of him humming in sync with mine.
I told you you were tall.
I think you're just small.
I mean, Areb is kind of small. She's probably like my height. That's at least how she comes across. We laugh together, giddy as we hold each other. Behind us, Roman clears his throat.
I'm still here, you know.
The awkward third wheel. Oh, right. Sheepishly, I pull away, but as I step away from the doorway, Quintus catches my hand so that I'm pulling him into the room. He doesn't let go once we're facing Roman. I can feel his cybernetic hand trembling. I know it took a lot for him to leave the room. My face is warm as Quintus looks at his brother with the displeasure.
When you asked me to choose whether or not I wanted to adopt another android, I said yes. I chose to welcome Arev. You're not taking her away.
No, Roman was gonna get rid of me. I thought I was doing a good job. Like, he was happy. He was happy with the job I was doing. Mind you, for anybody coming in, Roman wanted me to befriend Quintus because Quintus had no, like, social interaction for, like, 12 years. So, Roman bought me so that I could become his friend. And then, like, you know, I guess feelings developed and he was just like, oh, this was not, anticipated. Like, I wasn't thinking that this was gonna happen. So I guess he's had his eye now on me since everything happened.
Whoa. Who said anything about taking her away?
Okay.
I know you talked to Victor in the garden.
So you eavesdropped.
There's no shame in Quintus's voice.
Correction. I tried to eavesdrop, but you were past my hearing range.
On purpose. I hold up my hands before an argument breaks out between them.
Quintus, we don't know what he wants to say, and it might not be necessary to be that defensive. Why don't you let Roman talk?
Quintus noticeably deflates.
Because well, okay. I guess I can hear what he has to say.
Good. I spoke to Victor and he voiced some concerns to me that I want to verify with you. Is it true that you and Quintus almost left the mansion to go to the garden together? Be honest.
Yeah. I answer immediately and honestly.
Yes, it's true. Before you say anything, I'd like to say one thing, though.
I'm listening.
Victor told me that if I'm able to help Quintus, then he would support me. So I don't understand how and why I angered him so much by trying to take Quintus to the garden.
Yes, he did mention that. Victor's main concern is that Quintus is too fragile.
Fragile? But just because I haven't used my body to navigate in a while doesn't mean I'll break down or something. Dr. Champion has been maintaining it for as long as I can think.
Roman hesitates.
Not physically fragile, emotionally fragile. I admit, I wanted to encourage the two of you to draw closer, but he does have a point. At the end of the day, you're an android and a human. If you're allowed to continue like this, then that could be a problem.
So what do you want him to do? Just stay in his room all the time, Roman?
Be honest, Arev. How do you feel about Quintus?
I wince, the truth immediately coming to mind. I mean, I don't know what the difference between these are. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the difference between these are, and I don't like that. They feel essentially like the same thing. I don't like that. I do care.
I care for him a lot.
But how much?
Oh God, not why I gotta tell you specifics? This is weird. You're his brother. I think back to my conversation with Klaus. Ah, I see. The diagnosis is rather clear then. My response is slow, steady.
I didn't know I was capable of such feelings, but...
I trail off, staring at my feet.
But?
Don't pressure her, Roman.
Yeah, like why you got me having to admit my love for your brother in front of you? Like, that's just weird.
Arev, You don't have to say it if you don't want to. I already know how you feel, and that's what matters most.
Yeah, exactly. I don't gotta say nothing.
You do?
I do. Yes.
Roman looks worried.
Then we have a problem.
Why is this such a big problem? Like, y'all wanted us to be friends to begin with. What is the problem?
What problem?
If you go through with the procedure, and don't ask what procedure, you know which one. You will be human again. And then what? Do you plan on introducing Rev as your fiancé?
I mean, I guess that's a fair point.
Wait, what? You're going through with it?
I stared at him, bewildered, as I pulled away, but he clings to my hand. I don't let it go, but my grip loosens, just a little.
Why didn't you tell me?
His voice is desperate.
I was going to. I was waiting for the perfect moment, and it just didn't come yet. But I was going to tell you, I promise.
I said I would support you.
Listen, Quintus. If you do go through with it, Robert and Teresa.
I'm guessing that's their parents.
You mean mother and father?
Roman is like, I don't even like them. They are Robert and Teresa in my book.
I mean Robert and Teresa. They won't accept a close relationship between the two of you, romantic or not. If you want to be accepted as heir, then that means you get all the baggage that comes with it.
I mean, that is a kind of fair point.
Encourage marriage in the gilded cage of our parents' puppet wheelhouse.
That is, like, yeah, that is kind of, a little slippery slope he's got there right now.
You can't think that the freedom you have here will roll over if you become heir.
I'll prove to them that I have what it takes to be heir, and that I can have whatever relationships I want to.
Your parents left you for dead, basically, for 12 years. They do not care.
Quintus, don't be so idealistic. You know that having your cake and eating it too isn't the Price family way. If you want to be a part of the family, it will require sacrifice.
You're wrong, Roman.
Am I?
I gaze at Quintus in worry.
Are you?
Yes!
Roman stares at Quintus, worry written across his face.
How?
Quintus doesn't answer as Roman's face drifts to me. I avoid his gaze, dropping my eyes to the ground.
If you don't have an answer, then there's no other choice. You'll have to be separated.
My head whips up at those words. Quintus already protesting.
How could you say that?
Aren't you being a little extreme, Roman?
Because it's what you need to hear. And no, I don't think I'm being extreme. If Quintus becomes the heir, then the two of you don't have a future. And you'll have to accept that.
Ooh.
I know you are excited for your date, but it's best to cut you off now before feelings get any deeper. I know you have an attachment to each other, but that's why I'm making this decision. Because you won't.
Roman came in with the reality check. But, I mean, to be fair though, I hate it, but Roman is kind of right. Like, it doesn't seem like, with the way that they have described their parents, that if Quintus can't just accept this thing and want to get accepted by his parents and expect to, like, just do what he wants, especially considering that, like, his parents quite literally left him. Like, they basically disowned him for 12 years because he was a cyborg. Like, I don't know why he would think that he could become human again to be on their good side again and get their love, and then think that he could still date an android. Like, that wasn't gonna fly. That doesn't make sense in their world, unfortunately. And it almost seems like he either has to, which sucks too, because it's like either he gets to be human again, which is what he wants, and get his family's love, but then he has to get rid of the androids essentially that he came to be fond of, or he has to keep the body that he essentially doesn't really like anymore. But who knows, maybe he'll eventually warm up to it. But he has to keep this body that has almost been a bane for him the entire time. But he could keep the relationships that he's developed within this home. It's a very tricky thing. Hello, miss, welcome back. I wasn't supposed to still be here, but we are still here, and we're at a kind of juicy part. I think we'll probably end after this segment, though.
If I have to be the adult here, then so be it. But this can't go on.
I appeal to Roman's emotional side, reaching out to touch him.
Roman, I know you're trying to protect Quintus, and you're right. Maybe we don't have all the answers. Still, I don't think we need to separate.
Roman smiles at me gently.
Rev, I appreciate your commitment to fulfilling the purpose I gave you, but I release you from it.
Purpose?
Oh no. Oh no. Because he doesn't know we were supposed to be his friend. Oh no, this is not gonna go over well. Quintus's gaze drifts to me, confusion lighting in his visible eye.
What does he mean?
Oh no.
Oh, Rev didn't tell you?
Of course he did. Oh, you did this on purpose, Roman. You did this on purpose.
Didn't tell me what?
He looks at me searchingly as I look down at our intertwined hands. In the face of my silence, Roman sighs.
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I guess I asked her to bring you out of your shell, but... well, the consequences of your relationship going beyond friendship are too severe.
Quintus stiffens beside me. I feel it in his hand right before he pulls away, stepping back from me as if I'm poison.
Is this true?
I open my mouth, then close it. When he puts it that way, it sounds terrible, but it's the truth. I'd almost forgotten.
Rev, answer me. Please. Is it true?
My mouth suddenly won't operate. Looking up into his eyes, I nod once.
You only reached out to me as some sort of way to fulfill a purpose? You were never interested in me, were you?
I knew it was coming. He speaks, but I can only stare on in silence. I've never seen Quintus so upset before.
Were all of our conversations forced then? How long would you have let this go on?
Quintus.
Don't. I've always let you do what you wanted, and I know you care about me, but this was too far, Roman.
I reach out towards Quintus, but he takes a step away from me. Then another. Then... he flees from my touch. Finally, I find my voice.
Quintus, wait,
But before I can pursue him, Roman grabs my hand.
Let him go, Rev. It's for your own good.
They were so cute, too. I drop my hand heavily, my palm slapping against my thigh in defeat. Roman's voice is quiet.
I'm going to go check on him. You stay here. In the meantime, if you think you need to communicate with Quintus, don't. You only make it worse for yourselves when he's human again.
Oh no. I say nothing. All I can think are my words to Quintus, so long ago. If I had a human body, I could cry. I've read that it's a very useful thing to do when you're in pain. I press my hand to my chest and instead try to bear the pain. Oh man. Silence away. I'm supposed to end. I'm not supposed to still be streaming right now. The silence weighs my bedroom down with no chance of hearing from Quintus in sight. I sit on my bed, my hands cradled in my lap. I could go to my workshop, but I'm not allowed to be near Quintus anyway, so what's the point? Working in silence on a tapestry once meant for Quintus feels like it'd be a burden rather than a stress relief. I can't help myself. I call out his name quietly.
Quintus?
But unlike the night I had a nightmare, Quinter doesn't instantly respond.
I wonder if his keyword detector even has my voice registered anymore.
I don't know what to do with myself. I should have told him why I befriended him. In all honesty, I wanted to reach out to Quintus. It was my own curiosity that he had me agree to Roman's proposal, not because I felt obligated to. And the feelings I developed,
They were real. And they were because of you.
but if he's not listening, there's no point in talking about it. I know he would never eavesdrop on me when I'd warned him against it so thoroughly before. I let out a weary laugh.
Who would have thought that I'd wish you were eavesdropping on me now?
In the silence, I stand for my bed. I don't know what I should do, but sitting around doesn't exactly feel like the right thing to do.
I have to figure out something.
I walk towards the door to look for Victor. If anyone could help me figure out where and what to do next, he could. As I do, though, bam. Crash. Oh no, what is and then...
If you don't handle it firmly, you'll break it.
Then next time, ask someone else to help you.
The sound of Diego sighing comes clearly through the door. Wait, sighing? Did he get that quirk from me? I wonder. I move to open it, and in the hall...
My loom? What are you guys doing?
Uh-oh.
Arav, nice to see you. We heard about everything that happened with the Nightmare Prince and Roman, and we thought you needed to be cheered up.
Aw. As I stare bewildered at the loom in my doorway, my gaze shifts to Zephyr.
I'll have you know that it was entirely his idea. I would never.
Still, you guys, this is really sweet of you and all, but, well, I'm not sure I feel like leaving right now.
Oh, should we have brought your sketchbooks instead?
I don't feel like designing clothes either, so it's fine, really.
Too bad. I've already brought them and I am not putting them back.
Diego stares at Zephyr.
Sometimes I can't believe how incredibly lazy you are.
Zephyr shrugs.
It's a gift.
He looks at me with a sparkling smile.
As is this.
He hands me the stack of sketchbooks, the ones full of the designs for the clothes I'm supposed to be making.
And don't think about returning them to me, Bluebird.
I look down at the sketchbooks, a pencil case stacked on top. At least he's trying.
I encourage you to make something while you're here, Arav. Art can be very therapeutic, and if anyone needs therapy right now, it's you.
I blink.
You don't think about words before you say them at all, do you, Diego?
What do you mean by that?
I smile wryly.
Nothing, Diego. Absolutely
Wearily.
nothing.
I wonder why people always say that to me.
God, you're blunt.
Because you have the emotional intelligence of a bolt.
Zephyr.
Zephyr, it's okay.
Stepping aside, the two androids push the heavy item into my room with ease. I place the sketchbooks on my bed, running my hand down the threads of the incomplete tapestry of Quintus's poem.
I'm almost finished working on it anyway. Maybe I should give it to him.
I can't imagine that Quintus would receive it kindly, though. Not anymore.
Are you giving up so easily?
What do you mean?
Reading your face is like dipping into an unencrypted hard drive. Too easy for your own good. Look, if you really like this cyborg guy, then you should be working hard for it. Love isn't easy to keep. I should know, since my fan club entries have decreased by 10,000 people since ZAF 2 was uploaded.
Aww, poor Zephyr. He looks annoyed for a moment.
Still, that's besides the point. The point is, you have to fight for your fans. Or fan, friend, whatever he is to you.
I look from the tapestry to glance at Zephyr.
Do you think I should really fight for Quintus?
It's not exactly practical, but
Yes. He means yes.
actually, I was going to say,
Yes. Shut up and say yes, Diego.
Diego sighs.
fine, yes.
Thank you.
Even though the reality is that a relationship between a cyborg and an android is practically impossible from a logistics point of view.
Diego had to make sure that they said it. They had to make sure that they said it. Zapper stares at Diego as if he wants to hit him.
You just couldn't help yourself, huh?
He couldn't. He couldn't. I quickly step between them.
Thank you both for thinking of me and bringing the loom.
And the sketchbooks.
Right, and those two. But I'd like to be alone, so.
Let's get out of your way.
Zapper bows, fanning out his coat dramatically.
If you need anything else.
Call you. Got it.
Diego starts to pull Zapper away as he protests.
Wait, no! She has it wrong! I was going to say to call you, Diego! Let me go back! Let me go back!
I love Zapper. Zapper doesn't ever want anything to do. The door slides closed, clamping solidly shut and taking their noise with it. I let out a quiet laugh. Thank you both. Looking at the tapestry, I slap my cheeks.
All right, Arev. Time to fight for your...
The word catches in my throat. My voice drops shyly.
Time to fight for Quintus.
I look at the tapestry hanging on my loom and approach it again. Slowly, I pluck at the strings.
Maybe if I finish this for him, I can prove that I wasn't just doing as Roman asked. I can prove that I care about Quintus, but the way I feel is genuine.
I snort quietly. It would take a miracle, but sometimes...
Sometimes a miracle is all you have.
Alright. We are going to do a save because it is 11:20 and it is time. We're gonna go on top of it. Actually, no, I'm gonna go on top of this. Hopefully everything is still working. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think we're gonna stop it there for tonight. How are you enjoying the story? I'm enjoying it. I'm especially enjoying it because I was not actually expecting for the little bit of drama that just appeared with Quintus and stuff. I'm honestly happy that it appeared though, because I was wondering if like it was gonna get brought up that like technically Arev was kind of like brought in to befriend Quintus, and I figured that if Quintus found that out, like it would be a big deal. So I am enjoying it. I'm also excited because I know that after I finish this one, I'm going to go back to Victor. I have no clue how to get to Victor's thing. Don't tell me yet. But eventually, we are going to do... Oh, not there being an ad. I will wait for the ad to finish so that I can actually do all of my ending stuff for the night. So, which is funny, because it doesn't show me that there's an ad, so that's annoying. It's supposed to. Okay, there we go. But yeah, so I'm enjoying it. Don't tell me how we get to Victor's, but I definitely am going to try to get Victor's romance after we do this one. I might take a slight break from the game in between runs to break it up and play other stuff in between. So we will see how that goes. But I'm definitely enjoying it. I'm definitely enjoying it. So we're going to play it again on Monday, more than likely when I come back from my trip. Because I'll be back on Sunday, so I should be able to stream on Monday. So we're going to play this again. For anybody who doesn't know, though, we will not have a Friday stream today, so there will be no Steel Rising this Friday, because I am going to be celebrating my great aunt's 100th birthday, so I will be gone on Friday. I will be back on Sunday though, but you guys still will technically get 3 streams this week because today you had a stream, Wednesday will be art, but tomorrow I will be streaming The Last Campfire over on Brown Girl Gamer Code's channel. So if you would like to check that out, feel free to stop by BGGC's channel at 6 p.m. EST tomorrow. I'm planning to go from 6 to I think 8 or 9 I think is my time frame that I'm trying to do. We will see how long I go, but I'm trying to go about 2-3 hours maybe. We're gonna play The Last Campfire, and then on the 29th of March I will be doing an art stream over on BGGC, which is a Wednesday. So that Wednesday you get basically a double art stream because I will be doing BGGC from 3 to 5, and then from 6 to like 9 probably I will be on my channel doing art as well. So that is what's gonna happen tomorrow over on that channel. But also for anybody who would like to check out my stuff, because I do art, you can feel free to check out my commissions because they are open. I do character art, digital art, I do icons, emotes, PNG tubers, all of that stuff, so you can feel free to check out my link. But also if you do have something else that you would like commissioned, you can also still check out my link because I do have my email on there. So if you need kind of like a more commercial type of commission, aka anything that you plan to make money off of, that you have to email me because my regular commissions are all for personal use. So just FYI for that. And I also do have an art shop that you can feel free to check out. And if you would like to check out my links, feel free to check that out because that is where you can find literally everything that I have, whether it's my Twitter, my Instagram, my commissions, coffee, everything is on my link tree. YouTube, I think, is on there as well. Like, everything is over there. The Last Campfire, I've heard, and it looks really nice, and I've had that on my, like, list to play for a long time, and I was trying to figure out what game to play on BGGC for a while, because, like, basically, I will be streaming over there twice a month, but I personally kind of want to do art streams once a month over there, which will essentially mean I'm only doing a game once a month. And like everybody who knows me knows that if I am playing a game not that many times, I don't want to have it where I'm playing the same exact game for literally 12 months over on BGGC. I'm not trying to have that. So I had to efficiently find a game that won't take me 50 months to finish. So we are going to play The Last Campfire, and then we'll find some other games throughout the time that we're there. So that is what we're going to play. I figure I'll probably do indies over on BGGC, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else to let you guys know about. I think I've let you guys know about everything already. Also, thank you again, Tim, for the raid. I super appreciate you bringing your community over and for chilling and lurking and hanging out with us tonight as we were going through the game. Also, thank you again to like Zach Tattoos and Alex Maria for the follows. Also, Drones for the raid as well, because Drones also raided today. Thank you so much for Drones Need. Also, Kitty Cat for the follow as well. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. I really appreciate the company. So we will be back with this game on Monday. Like I said, I will do probably at least most of the paths. Maybe not all of them. We will see how the characters all kind of like warm up to me. Because so far, I know for a fact we're doing the Prince, but I also want to do Victor. I want to do Roman. I want to do Diego. There was somebody else. No, those are the ones I want to go back and do. Zafra, I just want to be friends with Zafra. Like, I just want to be besties. I just want to be besties with Zafra. And then Klaus is too much of a doctor for me right now, so I'm kind of like, just give me my diagnostics and like get out of my room. Like, I don't really need anything else from Klaus, but I'm interested still in his path. But I'm just like, I don't got no romanticness for you for this game, so we're gonna see. But I've also only met Klaus once, so to be fair. That's all I've done. I had the same feeling about Victor until he wooed me with his irritation. His annoyance and irritation constantly. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Jenny. I really appreciate it. But yeah, let me see. Is there anybody on that I'm going to raid tonight? Give the love to somebody else. Was she still on? Oh my goodness. Are they about to end? Are they not? I can't believe Josh is still streaming. Oh, Sprinkle is on. Okay, I think I'm gonna end up going to Sprinkle. I'm just waiting for this ad to finish so I can actually see where they both are in their streams. Because one thing I dislike is I hate when I accidentally raid somebody and they were like 2 seconds from like turning off stream. I always feel really bad doing that. So, and actually, I can't raid Bushy probably. I think the last time I tried to raid Bushy didn't work. So we're gonna raid Sprinkle. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna raid Sprinkle. So let me get this going for us. Start the raid. So yeah, feel free, because I will admit I've been very bad lately. I've been forgetting to put down my raid messages. Feel free to copy the raid message so we can go over there and show Sprinkle some love. They are doing a speed run of Stardew Valley. It's what they do. It's their thing. So yeah, we're gonna go over there. We're gonna raid Sprinkle. Thank you so much to everybody who hung out with me and chilled and all of that, even despite the slight technical difficulty during my break when the game, my like entire PC decided to freeze and I had to restart and we had to come back. But you know, y'all all stayed and I appreciate y'all for that because I just knew that y'all all left but you all were still here. So I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful night. I hope you get some good rest. If it's like the middle of the day for you, then I hope you have a good rest of your day. I will see you when I see you, whether it is tomorrow on BGGC's channel, if it's Wednesday during the art stream, or whenever the next time I see you. I hope that you have a great time until then. So yeah, I'm gonna say peace. Night.